above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. Our wings open wide, we can fly above it all, to a place of wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future glowing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful, brand new world? Imagine the future. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Walk hand in hand. Make a future that changes the world.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Asian Pacific Scuba International Conference workshop on artificial intelligence, AI, and data science for education. I appreciate all the people sharing this time, the special occasion to attend this symposium. To start this symposium, I'd like to welcome distinguished two speakers for opening remarks. First, I'd like to welcome Professor Caroline Benton, Vice President of University of Tsukuba, for her opening remarks. Professor Benton, floor is yours.
Thank you. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asian Pacific Tsukuba International Conference workshop on artificial intelligence and data science for education. I am Caroline Benton, Vice President for Global Affairs at the University of Tsukuba. It is our pleasure to have you all join us at this Asian Pacific Tsukuba International Conference workshop on artificial intelligence and data science. I would like to thank Mr. Uemura from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, and APEC Education Network Coordinator Wang Yan, who will both be giving us their welcoming remarks after mine. Artificial intelligence and data science are the foundations for the fourth industrial revolution, or Society 5.0, which is Japan's vision for the future. As such, artificial intelligence and data science education is crucial for today's students and for future leaders of society. Yet the framework for such education is not yet fully developed. The Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, and many other leaders of industry and academia have stated that mathematical, digital science innovation will lead the next industrial revolution. They emphasize the importance of mathematics in AI and data science. Along this line, the Japanese Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, and Science and Technology has established a program of approved programs for mathematics, data science, and AI smart higher education. We are very happy to say that our university program has been chosen as one of those. As such, we have organized this conference on the educational use of AI and data science as part of CRISED's 20th anniversary celebration. This conference will cover topics ranging from advanced research, proliferation of technology, the use of AI and data science in education, and to rethinking university education and teacher training at universities. The keynote speakers will be Dr. Roberto Alaya from the University of Chile, who will talk about advanced research in education application. Dr. Nahatami Shingo from the University of Tsukuba, who will talk about proliferation, and Dr. Maitri Imprathia from Konkeng University, who will introduce activities and initiatives at his university. This will be followed by case studies from Dr. Yu, former president of the National University of Education in Korea, Dr. Kato, vice president of the University of Tsukuba, and Dr. Nguyen Chi Thang, dean of the Faculty of Education at Vietnam. We will then have time to discuss the different situations in each participating country and for a few questions and answer sessions. With the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, new educational methods and systems are being explored online, for which the use of AI and data science will be a key factor. More than 8,000 people have registered for this workshop. I am confident that this workshop will be a great opportunity for exploring ideas. I would like to thank all of you who are watching us on WebEx and on YouTube. Finally, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology for their support, and to all the speakers for sharing their valuable time and insights with us. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed today's session.
Thank you very much, Vice President Professor Benton, for the opening remarks. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Masaki Uemura. He is currently Deputy Director, International Affairs Division, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, shortly MAX, Japan. Mr. Uemura, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Uemura Masaki, Deputy Director of International Affairs Division, Minister's Secretariat, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, or MEXT. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Professor Caroline Benton, Vice President, and Professor Isoda Masami, Director of CRISED, and other members at the University of Tsukuba for inviting me to the Asia Pacific Tsukuba International Conference today. I'd like to extend my greetings to the participants. While the COVID-19 pandemic has been prolonged in all around the world, I understand that the educators present here today have been working hard to continue students' learning, including through online education, in order to keep their study. regarding the guarantee of learning in the Asia-Pacific region in the pandemic. The APEC Education Network meeting held in May last year had relatively more topics related to higher education, and the participants acknowledged the importance of flexible online teaching methods and the creation and implementation of curriculums according to the situation. I think that the theme of today's conference, AI and data science for education, is based on the findings that Professor Isoda and his team members have cultivated through their capacity building activities for curriculum developers at the primary and secondary education levels in the Asia-Pacific region. So I believe this theme must be very timely to expect a developed discussion on how education should be in the post-pandemic. In addition, the application of AI and data science to education has been growing interest internationally, and digitalization in education at the primary and secondary levels is a particularly important issue also in Japan. Next is tackling to realize digital specific learning by promoting the concept of the GIGA school program, such as one device for one student, and disseminating online learning systems utilizing the devices. I hope that we will be able to deepen our understanding policies towards the digitalization in education through international educational exchanges, not only among government officials, but also among various stakeholders, including all of you gathered here today. Finally, I'd like to conclude my remarks by expressing my expectation that as an outcome of today's conference, educators in the Asia-Pacific region will have new insights and then contribute to educational innovation and development in the region through your education and research activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Uemura, for your remarks for opening the symposium. Next, I'd like to welcome Professor Masami Isoda to share the target or scope of this workshop in relationship with the APEC-based symposium. Professor Isoda, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Caroline Benton, Dr. Caroline Benton, and Mr. Uemura for the opening messages. From now, I would like to explain the target of this meeting workshop. Okay. Yes, okay. This workshop, the focus on AI and data science education, and how can we share the method of the AI and data science, and how can we include the teacher educations for the AI and the data sciences. And this workshop are based on the experience of last year's activity, last year's workshop under the COVID-19. And under the APEC, we have been engaged, we had engaged the project in relation to the developing computational thinking on AI and big data era for digital society. Okay. And we made the report and we had the workshop. And based on this workshop, today the workshops are planned. So I just go back. Okay. Recording されてるね。 Okay. So if you visit this website, okay, you know the you can go see the YouTube, okay. And the last project was related with the project framework, and the project curriculum framework, and it is focused on the 21st century skills, and under that, in the context, there are STEM to STEAM, or innovation with design and creations. Okay. Of course, logical thinking is very much important, but at the same time, for design and creation, design thinking are necessary. Okay, intuition and the heuristics and so on. Okay. And such a things in the case of the existed curriculum, such as mathematics, such a discussions are already done from the 50 years ago. Okay, this is a recent product from the CMAO. Okay, but from the 50 years ago, in the case of Japan, for example, we have been discussing and cultivating. And how can we develop the curriculum for AI and data science? That is the previous issues. Okay. And inside the name of the last project, proposed computational thinking and statistical thinking framework. And this is one integrated framework. Data science, machine learning, and programming and coding. This kind of thing is a background academic knowledge. Okay. There are theories. Okay. Based on that, we try to develop the curriculum. Okay. And in the case of the computational thinking, I just want to focus on the computational thinking. Okay. Computational models, machine learning, and algorithmic thinking. Those are the keywords. Okay. And this is one of the book produced by the first keynote speakers today, Dr. Roberto Araya. Okay. Here is my path. Can you find it? Okay. There are some information is given, and the reason. Where is it? Okay. And there are blanks. Okay, another one. They produce their own questions. Okay. So we can develop the logical thinking necessary for programming. Such ideas can be developed from the early childhood. And I just show the videos for the Dr. Roberto Araya. Okay. Sound can listen.音聞こえてるのかな?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Roberto Araya from University of Chile, Institute of Education. So we're going to talk about computational thinking for all. APEC, we have agreed that after reviewing the literature in the last decades, that have three pillars. One is algorithmic thinking, means following rules and being able to write rules so others could follow them. Must be very precise rules. Second is computational modeling. Build models of nature assuming that everything is digital, like a chessboard like here. So everything is very precise and there are movements in these boards. And third is machine learning. Machine learning is really booming in the last years. It's a mix between math and statistics, and it's a way to look at patterns You don't, in this case, write rules to the computer. Just train the computer. The same way you train a dog, you train a cat, you also train the computer with several animals. So we're going to see in the three pillars different examples of activity to do computational thinking for all. First, an activity for algorithmic thinking for kindergartens, a basic model of coronavirus, how it is spread. Second, a computational model more sophisticated for primary school and middle school for coronavirus using a computational thinking in a board. And third, machine learning models, one for detecting patterns of who is going to be really ill and who is not going to be really ill. These are the three pillars. So we're going to do now first activity for kindergarten, first grade, algorithmic thinking. We're going to follow rules. We represent whole population, every person as a ball, as here. And we're going to have to follow the rule as the computer would have to do. At each moment, paint red every ball that touches a red ball on Ant's table. A red ball, like here, means someone is infected. So this is the first moment this is infected. Next moment, we are here. So we have this one that is red already because it's infected, and the new infected. We have again these two infected, and who else? Nobody else, because nobody touches them. So we can see here the first very simple model of propagation of infection. So now we have another case. That's Tom's table. So let's say here we have someone infected initially. Next day, you have this guy infected plus the two ones that touches them. So you are doing a cycle. And now we have to apply who else? You see this one is going to be infected. And then next day, they're already infected, so you're following these rules. This is the code. You are doing it as a computer. So the next one, they just type OK. And then nobody else next day will stay the same because they're not touching them. So this is a computational model of coronavirus disease. Here are two persons. This is infected, this is not. But one important effect is mask. You know, if you have a mask, then you don't have to be 2 meters away in order not to infect. It's like having a smaller ball. So without mask like this, with a mask like this, so we're gonna see when there is a collision, they touch, they will get infected. Another important effect is the number of people, I mean the density. See, a lot of people there, they're very agglomerations. It could be, this could be spreading the infection. With smaller one, less possibility of collision, but a lot of agglomeration, a lot of density, you have more possibility of the disease spread. So this is a computational model. And the other effect is motion. If everybody moves a lot, more possibility of collision, more collisions. See? So we have three effects here: mask or not mask, density of population, and the motion, the mobility of the population. So now we're gonna do the activity of machine learning. So we want to see a pattern of people that are severely ill with COVID and those who not. So we have different patients here, people. For example, this is a lady, 79 years old, and not ill. But here we have another lady, 80 years old, she is ill. What is the pattern? Some of them are severely ill, means they are red here, and those not. We want to try to find the pattern. So machine learning does the following thing. First, select a training set, means some of them. Let's say this, and this. Okay, so this is going to be our training set, and this is going to be for testing. So here we are. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, and let's see, and here's another one, and here's another one. Okay, so let's see who is ill here. And here's 85 years old, and she's ill. So here's another one of this training set, and he's not, he's 27, he's around here. Here's another one, 66 lady, and she's ill. I'm gonna put it, this is ill, I'm gonna put it here. This is not ill, then 58, and he's ill, 58, then 16, not ill, 16. Then we have 10 years old, is nothing, 10, not ill. 68 is ill, So here, and then we have 20. 20 is not ill. Then 70. 70 is here. Okay. Okay. So can we see a pattern? Can we see a pattern from this? Of this? See, what we see is here are the red ones. Here are the white ones. So what? He's 50 years old, 40 years old, 30 years old. So maybe you see, maybe it's around 50 is the threshold, but you have this case. Okay, so it's not completely absolute. So see this pattern, all the red ones are there except this. Now this is a testing set. So now here comes a lady of 80 years old. So according to this pattern, she should be ill. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So this is okay. So and we could test all these other ones as well. So we have built a border with this training set, and the training set says, look, the thresholds around 45, 50, but there are some exceptions. So this is a machine learning way, and when you represent all the information of all the patients on the number line. Which one of these computational thinking pillars should we use? Well, that depends on the problem. So when you have a problem, you have to first think about the following. How much data do you have? You have not much data, or you have a lot of data to build the model. If you don't have much data, then you have to rely on some type of knowledge from experts. And there are two kinds of knowledge, just heuristics, a lot of experience, and then you write rules, and these are basically going to sync rules and programs with cycles. If you have scientific theories, like nature is made with particles, people are agents, it's like little balls, then you do a computational model. Now, if you have a lot of data, then you go to machine learning. And there are two cases. One, when the data is already labeled, for example, in the people already sick or not sick, so then you use supervised machine learning. So they tell the machine, all these patients, and these were really severely ill, and these were not severely ill. If you don't have that, then you have to look for patterns. And this is unsupervised machine learning. Hope you see soon in Tsukuba and Tokyo. Thinking is fun.
OK。これビデオを切るのどうした共有解除すればいいのどうしたらいいのどこしたらいいのもうビデオになってる。これをやめたいんだけど、共有は。これどうしたらいいのこれを共有ってしたい。Thank you very much. Until last year, we focused on the curriculum development how can we develop the computational thinking. And now we have to develop the teachers who are able to use such ideas and utilize it in their classroom. Okay? So this year we focus on the AI and the data science. How can we use in our research, and how can we utilize it, and how can we teach it in the teacher education? Okay. So first keynote. Now we would like to call the 3 keynote speakers. But actually, most of the speakers are the colleges who have been engaging from the previous project. Okay. So first keynote speakers.
Isoda-sensei, sorry to interrupt you. Shall we take a photo session at this moment?
Sorry.
We have everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. So I hope everybody could turn on the camera. Okay. Isoda-sensei, your staff, are they ready to take photo, screenshot?
Yes, we're ready. So please, whenever we can see
Okay,
everyone.
so I will just count 1, 2, 3. And if I say 3, you can take a photo. And let's take a 3 shot just in case. Okay, so let's start the photo session. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Second shot. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. And another shot. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Professor Isoda, can your team check the quality of the photo? Is that all right?
Yes, we confirm we have the pictures. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Professor Isoda, go ahead for introduction of the keynote speakers, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakao Nomura. He is the head of the office of Southeast Asia and the Taiwan office. Thank you very much for the MC of the opening ceremony, Dr. Nomura. Thank you. And now we would like to move the keynote sessions. First keynote speaker is Roberto Araya. He will talk about the AI and data science in educational research. And he is actually he was an AI researcher. He graduated the University of California. He took PhD at the University of California, and then he worked at the Carnegie Mellon and so on. And then he developed the software for the very much important software by using AI and data science. And he also published a book for the undergraduate for AI and the data science. And now he is working in the area of education. Okay. So, Dr. Roberto Araya, now your time.
Good morning from Chile. Good morning, Professor Benton, Professor Isoda, Professor Imprachita, and all friends from the APIC Insight project. So many friends that I cannot have time to name all of them, but hope next year we will be in touch in person and share, moments and experience. So now I'm gonna okay. I have to see somehow. Okay, share. Here it is. Share my. Can you see it now? Yes, you can see it now. PowerPoint.
Just stop. Okay, thank you
Yes.
very much.
Okay.
We acknowledge honorable guest, and in Japan now 8 o'clock. So honorable guest is not unnecessary to stay here. Thank you very much for the welcome messages for the opening. And
Okay. So
while the presentations, please turn off the video to keep the traffic. For the other people, please turn off the video. Okay. As well
okay,
as microphone. So please.
okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, yes.
You can see my screen. Okay, great. So we're going to talk about AI and data science in educational research. So it's focused on the research on education. So how can we use AI and data science to understand better the whole learning process and the teaching process? So I'm going to focus on two aspects. The first is what works in education and how AI and data science can help us to understand what really works, what kind of strategies make possible that students learn more than other strategies. And second, how to use AI and data science, so how to scale what we have tested in the lab or tested in some schools and then go to the whole region or country. So the idea is how to use AI and data science for these two purposes. First, I'm going to focus on what works and how these tools from AI and data science could help us to understand what kind of strategies are more helpful during to improve the teaching and the learning process. So I was shocked several years ago, 10 years ago, when I was invited by Professor Masami Sora to Japan and to see how the whole process of understanding what's going on in the classroom was made in Japan and Asia. It was really a cultural shock for me. Here was a lesson that um, here are the students, and unfortunately, I'm told I could somehow see and all these teachers observing this lesson. So the main thing is that I learned from this is the importance of what's really going on in the classroom with the kids. So that's where we have to focus on that. But that is a lot of information, really a lot of information that's going on. And so this the whole thing of lesson study. And then also to see this open public lesson with thousands of teachers watching this lesson and following what is planned, and we could see what is doing every kid there. So it was a really very interesting and eye-opening experience to see that we have to focus on what's going on in the classroom. The classroom and the lesson is the focus of what we have to try to understand. And was very glad to see also experience in other countries like in Thailand with Professor Imprechita. And I was also shocked when he asked me to be part of the committee that was have to analyze this lesson because this or the whole class was in with Thai kids and the teacher was talking in Japanese and they were translating to Thai, but I have to then to comment on this lesson. And then I realized it's a lot of information in non-verbal language of the kids and the teacher. So I realized it's not only what the teacher says or the mathematical concept, but it's a whole dynamics of non-verbal information that is very important also in the lessons. Then I have to teach one lesson in Japan. It was a good experience for me, incredible experience to really, from the perspective of the teacher, how the school uh, uh, process of understanding what is a classroom is, and being in this role was a really illuminating experience. And then we repeat this in Chile. We started repeating this in our country. This is just one lesson here with thousands of teachers watching, and was initially was also a big shock, cultural shock in Chile. But we realized that it was something very powerful. And a couple of years ago, we did this in our National Congress building, this of the National Congress, and the whole government saw this as very important, and so they open and give us the National Congress building to teach three open and lessons. So it's a lot. What we have seen is a lot of information. Then the thing is that how can we use technology to see what is going on? Technology means AI and data science to try to understand more deeply with more detail what's going on. So I'm going to talk first about the student learning, what we have been doing, and then teacher practices, and these two components of what works. So first, student learning. So how can we see we have different strategies? How can we measure somehow what are the learnings of the students and comparing to other strategies? And the problem is not easy because you can have a very good teacher and whatever strategy that he's using or she's using, students will learn. So we have to try to understand what is behind the strategy or a new tool like a new platform or a new tool like a new textbook. So and it has to be that work for all teachers. So it's not enough to have one or two teachers doing this experience, to know what's really working and making a difference. So what we've been using is what the United States is called What Works Clearinghouse. That they have maybe hundreds of different experiences and measured in some way that are going to explain how something really works and makes a difference. And also the Education Endowment Foundation in Britain is promoting this way. The World Bank gives money and lends money to different countries to do educational reform, and they're very interested in see what really works because they have to put a lot of money, and so they want to measure what is the learning of in the schools for the kids. So they have now certain protocols how to do this, and we'll be working also with Inter-American Development Bank. This is for Latin America, and also they have a research group now trying to understand which strategies work. And here is a lot of information, so we will see that in that component, the AI and data science is critical. So I'm going to show some of the ideas how to use all these tools for trying to measure the impact of different strategies and which works better and which doesn't work as well as other strategies. So I'm gonna talk about these randomized controlled trials and what is that and how this is and why we need a big data for this, for randomized controlled trials, big data in the case of education. So here is randomized controlled trials from 1960s to 2000. This is in medicine. You know, that's how you test new vaccines, for example. These have been growing from the 60s, you know, in different like cardiovascular, digestive system. So here is nervous system infection. Infection is the one that interests us with the coronavirus. So they're using these RCT, randomized controlled trials, and that's what now is popular because of coronavirus. They have to test. They last like 1 year. They do it very quickly, and they have to do this with the vaccine to see what really works. So it's growing this trend. This is up to 2000, but this was initiated in the 60s in medicine. Before that, when someone has a new drug, a new vaccine, was not tested in this way. Was not as scientific as in is getting, and this is just up to 2000. Later on, it's growing much more. And up to 2018, in medicine, they have 176,000, means almost 200,000 RCTs published in medical disciplines. So it's really, really incredible amount. It's almost 250,000 of studies published in medical disciplines of these RCT studies, randomized control trials. So it's really an important scientific method to test new procedures, new drugs, new vaccines. And in the 2019, these three economists won the Nobel Prize for applying this to a completely new area. What is the new area? It's development of economic development, and as a particular example of development is education. So it's a mix of different applications to the social area, the social sciences, in which part of it, and they've done also part of it in education. And see here the top 5 journals that have to do something with development. Almost 30% of the publications in the top 5 journals in economy are about RCTs. So using this methodology, the same methodology as they use in medical science, now in social science. And here, so I'm going to explain what is this method. The method is, in medicine, normally you have the population and you randomize. Some of them goes to the treatment, some of them goes to control. That's it. But in education, the schools and teachers is very important. So you have to do cluster randomization. So you see some schools, you do this treatment, some schools you do it in control, because this whole school or the whole classroom, they have one teacher. They cannot do it this way. So it's clusterized, and clusterized, we try to explain, needs much more bigger population than individual randomization. Here, maybe you can test something with 200 patients. Here, you need maybe 50 schools, 100 schools, and so it's much more students. And these are the smaller kind of studies. So it's getting into big data when you go to schools, because you do cluster randomization, in which each cluster you have to select is just one school. So let's say you need 25 classrooms here, 25 classrooms there, or 100 classrooms here, 100 classrooms there. That's a small size kind of studies you can do to use this technology. And here you see in education, it also from the 80s is starting to grow the number of RCT studies. From 1980 to 2016, we have around 1,000 RCT studies. This is not a quarter of a million like in medicine, but it's already 1,000 RCT studies. And this requires a lot of investment in order to do these studies. That's why we don't have so much of them. Okay, and here we see the type of trials. Cluster randomized is almost more than half. Single randomized is not clustered. These are the smaller studies, and most of them have around more than 1,000 participants, means students in the studies. Most of them. Now, most of them have been in the US and Canada and other countries. And Latin America is not much. It's around 18. Here is a study of the World Bank. What the World Bank proposed now to do this kind of studies, the World Bank proposed to do it randomized control trials. And that's important, because if the EU want to get some money to do the study from the World Bank, they will ask you most probably try to do this randomized control trial. That is supposed to be the most straightforward linkage between interventions and impact. So somehow it can give you some hints, ideas of causal relation of the way you teach and the impact you have on the students. So this is more rigorous approach, and they are proposing to use this kind of studies. And this is in case of Latin America. We are from the 80s to 2016. We already have around 1920 studies, but in the whole world around 300 studies, according to this other information from the World Bank. But this is up to 2016. This has been growing. So what we learn from that is we want to do something rigorous in order to see the impact of different strategies. We have to do these randomized controlled trials, and then we will see how AI and big data can help to work in this with this kind of studies. In the bias control trial, we have to consider that the treatment effect. We have to try to measure that. Treatment could be a new way of teaching, let's say, math, like using for example, some kind of questions. Other could be to using certain textbook, different textbook. Another treatment could be using technology. Other could be using peer review between students. Other could be gamification in the math lessons. There are all kind of different treatment you can use, a mix of them. So this is treatment. But you have to consider that the teacher effect is very important. A good teacher will make a big difference, even with not a very good strategy. So a good teacher, maybe everything works with him, with her. So how you account for the teacher effect is very strong and it's very important. So and you have to consider that. So one way to consider that, you have to have maybe at least 20 or 30 or 40 teachers in one condition, 20, 30 or 40 teachers in the other condition in control, and random. So if you have a very good teacher, you have very good teacher in both sides, in the treatment side, in those schools, and in the control group in the other schools. So you have to have the same distribution of teachers. That's why you need at least this kind of numbers to do these studies. Also, it's important the school effect. Maybe the principal is so important that also make a big contribution. So that's why you need this what's called several levels of you have to consider. You have to consider students, you have to consider the teacher, you have to consider the schools, and other things as well as the socioeconomic status, the families, because more families with more education of the parents, they also contribute more than normally to the students that families that have education with not so much level of education. And you have to consider also it's different selection bias. You have to be very careful not to select more of one group than the other group. And then what you're going to measure is something that is related more to the selection than to really the effect of your treatment. So here is the statistical thinking is very important in all this research to make sure that what you get is a causal relation. It's not just some random or other effects like teacher effect or school effect. So treatment versus control, you have to consider these both arms. You have to also consider this a random assignment, has to be very carefully. Other thing that's very important is third parties test. So how are you going to test the students? If the same researchers that are implementing this, they build their own test, then somehow it's probably that the treatment are more you're teaching them more close to this test. So you have to make sure this doesn't this is not occurring in your studies. So normally it's better to have a third-party test that is been designed by third parties and administered by third parties. For example, you can use a national standardized test in order to measure the final outcome. And some initial and middle outcomes you could hire a completely independent um, unit of different independent university in order to do this, in order to make sure that you have a completely independent measurements. And other thing is you have in order to measure this in 1 year or at least one semester to make sure that it's not it's very studious and small kind of treatment for one or two lessons could be good for the pilot, but then you need to see the impact in the whole system. You need to do it at least one semester or 1 year. So that's why this kind of studies is produced. We will see a lot of data, really a huge amount of data, because you have thousands of students of more with information from every day of them, and then we will see also we get information from almost every lesson. So it's a lot of information to do this kind of studies. And here is UNICEF protocols suggesting how to do this study. So it's first specified intervention, program, and theory and outcomes. It established the unit of assignment and LGBT population. So let's say from this region of the country, this grade level, maybe in this socioeconomic status of the students, then randomly assign sample of eligible population. So take a random sample from that region, from that level of socioeconomic status, and then collect data from both groups, treatment and control, in order to calculate the impact and prepare the final. I'm sorry, you have to go here. So go here. So collect baseline data from both groups. See, make sure that your treatment and control group have the same distribution in education of their parents, of the socioeconomic status, and about the schools. So in order to prepare the baseline report, then collect data about implementation and possible midterm outcomes, tests at the midterm, and implementation. Here's a whole thing, what's going on, the fidelity of the implementation in the lessons. This is very important, as we will see, because you could have a very good idea or strategy how to teach something, but maybe it's not implemented as well as you thought. So maybe won't work because the implementation, maybe the training of the teacher didn't implement as was planned. So you have to measure the fidelity of the implementation. This is critical. Make sure that the fidelity. The same thing as in medicine. Is you say this drug is good, and you do this randomized control trial for this drug, but some patients they every day they don't take this drug. Then you would probably get a zero effect, but not because the drug is not good, but because they're not using this drug as supposed to be. They're not taking their pills every day. And so that's something very important to measure the fidelity. How you make sure that that the, the implementation is as supposed to be, and then collect the inline data like national test and see and calculate the impact. So this is from UNICEF also to the studies, the protocol. So we have done a couple of them. I'm going to show you one that has been positive. Other roughly around 80% of the studies give zero effect, and maybe 20% gives a positive effect. And one we did was a treatment used twice a week at this platform, online platform, Connectividad platform. The kids did activities on there. They have closed and open question. The open question they have to write and explain and justify. So this for fourth grade classes, fourth grade math class, and they have to write why this did the computation in this way. They have peer review also. It means when students write this, the teacher reassign this to other students in the classroom to review what the other explanation, make some comments. So the kids have to read what others have explained and make comment about this. And then also we have some inter-classroom tournament between the whole classroom against other classroom, like a couple, 2 times in a semester or 1 time in a semester, doing something like this in order to produce something like in-group behavior that they collaborate with them, because like like in a soccer tournament, they have to try to collaborate good students with not so good students in order to improve. So this is the strategy behind this platform, and we checking 24 classes as treatment, 24 classes as control, and it's roughly around 1,400 students, fourth grade math, and the final test was national standardized test. And you compute everything, we compute everything. This was together the Inter-American Development Bank that they help and give credit to Latin America in particular in education, and they want to measure this. And somehow the gain we got, you could in the score of the national test, you could translate according to certain tables. So to something like if you would want to have this game with more lessons, how many more lessons you would need for that kind of game? In our case, it was around 1 semester. So the gain obtained, you can translate it in order to time, means it's a gain if similar, if the student would have 1 more semesters of math classes at the same rhythm. So that was the game. You could translate to that. And once you got this, you see that it could have a huge impact in the whole country, because it's a lot of money 1 semester. Just implementing this 1 year, you gain 1 extra semester. So it's, but as we will see in the second part in this, becomes the second problem: how to scale this. Because this was only done with a small set of with 1,400 students, and then so it's more controlled, more easy to handle, to manage the whole thing. Is completely different when you have to go to a whole country. Maybe this will vanish completely. We don't know, because it's completely different when you go to a large scale. But so it's a small scale. I mean, still, if it is a small scale study, you have 1,400 students, and you will see you have a lot of information, and you would need for that, even for that, you would need big data and some AI tools in order to see what patterns are going on. Okay. For example, one thing you could do this is, okay, can you, and here is a good test. Can you predict for every student how he is going to do the score in the end of year summative scores predict that you're going to have in the national standardized test? So it's good and prediction. And here is we have the R squared. This is the month first month, second month, third month, 4 months, up to 8 months classroom. And he had different models and trying to predict the model trying to predict the score of every student at the end of the year national test. And for him, the green model is the better one and obtain an R square. So it's a rather good error in is 0.7 this model. So it's able to predict with small error the what is going to obtain each student. And as you have more and more months, you have more and more data of the student. They're doing a lot of exercises and all these activities with peer review. You have all this information that you're able to every 4 months, one to another to improve your prediction. And here, for example, is the effect of the pretest. All the kids have to take a pretest just to know how is this. And the pretest means there is a diagnosis test for every kid. Initially, it's very important. It gives a lot of information. This is around maybe this is 24 points. That's roughly 10% of standard deviation of the test. And as you get more and more months, more and more information is going down. So it's not so important. Once you, every month, you know what is doing every kid, all the activities he or she is doing, then the weight, the importance of the pre-test, the diagnosis is going, is descending and maybe getting up to close to zero, because you have a lot of information of these kids. Now this month it went up because they have vacation. I think it's vacation. This half of the months were in vacation. They did not did much. So in this month, the prediction relied more again in the pretest. So this way is a way to measure that what you're doing somehow is indicative of how they are going to do the final summative test. And here is what we find interesting. For example, this is one example, the classroom climate effect. And this is a negative effect. So when the classroom climate effect is not good, then it gives less point to every student. And you see that it's a negative effect. But if you get more and more information of every student, then it has this smaller negative effect, but still it's an important effect. So this is one of the biggest effects we discovered, that is a classroom climate effect about what's going on. So I think every teacher knows by intuition is important, but it's something that you can compute exactly with the effect of this. The effect of written answer to questions. So every kid have to write and explain. Here's in Spanish explaining what's going on. Different kids explaining different things. The teacher is reviewing this. Here's all this information of which features of what is written is important to predict what's going on. Some features are very interesting. So you have maybe 20, we have up to 100 different features just of what is written, like let's say proportion of vocals, proportion of commas, or from, okay, if they put, when they say, okay, the answer I think is 25 because of that. When they say 25, they say 25 kilos, they say 25 candies. So what are the units? And the units, if they really write the units, is a good signal that it is standing more. So here's a deep technologies of language technologies in order to see what of this when they're writing, what is really meaningful in order to predict what is going on. Here's another information of the impact of the different information of what is written by the kids, and you have really tons of data and trying to understand with this what is more predictive. Also, it's important to help seeking behavior. The student could ask help to other students, and here what we discover from this, that for example the kids prefer to ask to peers that to teacher in general when they have the options, and females prefer to ask females classroom mates, and males prefer to ask male classroom. So we can get a lot of information about the students. And teacher practices. And but teacher practices is really important. It's a whole new world, because you can do this face to face with a lot of information, and it works in lesson study. We try to replicate lesson study to finding how the teacher is working, his verbal and non-verbal information. but without being there. So because this is expensive, you have to go and visit every lesson. The idea is with just a video camera from your smartphone, can you get this information, what the teacher is saying and how the teacher is non-verbal language in the lesson. So we look at the discourse of the teacher, acoustic features, and transcription of what the teacher is saying, and non-verbal information, gesture, gaze, body orientation of the teacher. So here we have the teacher with the smartphone. The smartphone is listening, and then this is just her smartphone, and this is transcribing what the teacher is saying. And the first thing is this open lesson. Here you are observing what the kids are doing, but you need an observer there. You observing this, and at this moment, what the students are, the teacher are doing, and this is time consuming. And but this produces something like from the classroom from time 0 to time to 1 hour, when the teacher each moment is lecturing, what is administration thing, when he asking open-ended questions, when he's waiting for something, when there is an experiment in the classroom, and he is asking multiple choice question and was moving around the group. So this is just one of certain protocols. And with this previous kind of tool, you can do this, but you have to have someone look at watching or clap of rectors watching the lesson. So how can you automate all of this? Because that's a selected type of time. And so from automatic speech recognition, the teacher is talking, we transcribe and give some summary of the lesson, what's really going on. That's the idea of artificial intelligence with natural language processing. And what is new today, and it's a very good news, is called self-supervised learning. That means a new kind of tools that allows the ASR, this automatic speech recognition, to recognize dialects. Even if you have a language, some dialects, you can train them very quickly, and also to consider classroom environment. That's something new with the new kind of technology, because normally the ASR were done with with the transcriptions of what is in the press or with audiobooks. So it was very good, clear, without noise, and with language like English and Spanish, normal Spanish, and not dialects. Now you can include and train with the classroom environment. And here is just listening to it. This is blue zone. This is from 0 to 1 hour or 60 minutes. The blue is when the teacher is lecturing. And here is a model predicting that she's lecturing. This is the red line, different models. And here is not lecturing, and then goes down to this automatic prediction. This is the machine listening what he's saying, and here is again lecturing, and again this model is predicting that somehow is lecturing. Here is in this other case when the teacher is guiding. So when the teacher is guiding to the students, you have these blue zones, and the red ones is the model one we're using that somehow is predicting that the teacher is doing this automatically. And from this also you can get a summary of the classroom. For example, this classroom is about energy, it's about more energy, transport, and contamination, CO2. So somehow produce at the end of the lesson, we produce a summary. And here's why each one was, this is a lesson, and how is the science skills and math skills included, how is the content and math skills included. So you can have different lessons in represented in this way. Nonverbal behavior is very important also. So where the teacher somehow is looking, the head orientation and the body orientation, I will show you here. This is what program we have been doing. And when computing here, the teacher, at every moment, the teacher will compute. This is just using a smartphone camera at the end of the classroom. And we're able to compute, at least for the teacher, the head direction and the body orientation. And somehow where the teacher is in the classroom is here. So this is just what is producing, and so we could get automatically without any special equipment all this information. So it's speech plus this information. Now, how to scale? How to scale this? You could do. You have seen how much the kids are learning, and second, what is going on in the classrooms, or try to automatize as much as possible this. how to say that it's just beginning. So we don't have as much information as would be a good expert watching, observing the lesson, but we're beginning in order to automatize some of the components that you could see. Now, this is very similar again to medicine, like a petri dish with different bacteria. Each bacteria is like a teacher, and you have these teachers and see what's going on, and then you have to consider the contagious. It means someone copy the idea strategy from the other ones, and you have to consider simple contagious like a virus. Complex contagious much more difficult, like behavior. You know, simple idea, simple contagious like you have to have you use this diet, but it's very different to change your diet. So how do you change? And what is important in these are different teachers. Let's see in this petri dish, if they are somehow similar here and here not so similar because they have different characteristics. So it's more easy that you have the contagious when they're more similar or that there's some difference, diversity. Also, the connection between teachers. You see, it's like a super spreader that knows everybody, or it's more like a fishnet that there's some local connection between them. So which is better in order to spread new strategies, how to teach that. And here is like this one is more random connection between teachers, and here's more nested like a fishnet. So if this is it may have using this new strategy, maybe this goes to the other ones. So it's what kind of topology of connection between teachers is better. So this is a critical issue in complex contagious behavior. And you can see this as you have a lot of petri dish. Each of these is a universe with different teachers with different connection, and you can test one type of topology and in the connection between teacher between other kind of topology. So here you doing this test, you need you need maybe 100 of these petri dishes. Each petri dish maybe have 100 of teachers. So that's a way to see how this could spread and scale to the whole population. So this is really big data when you want to scale, because you have got this kind of experiment is really big, and it's much more information than before. So we have reviewed what works in student learning, and also the classroom practices, how if they change or not with a new kind of idea, a new textbook, a new computer technology, a new way of a new curriculum, and how to scale. You know, you think of this as petri dishes. We have maybe you need 100 petri dish. Each petri dish have maybe 100 of teachers, and how they are connected maybe is key. And to understand which kind of connection is better, you need this kind of experiments with a really big amount of data. So this is some ideas that we are trying to use AI and data science educational research, and I think this is a whole new world and give a powerful tools to understand and better improve the educational system. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberto. How advanced research it is, and you showed us very much various methods. Thank you very much. Newest method. Okay. Question and answer session will be from the in Japan time from 11:15 we have. So the person who would like to ask any questions, the people audience who would like to ask any questions, please write it down on the chat in the YouTube. Okay. So the next keynote speaker it talk about the AI and data science for language education. And Professor Nahatame Shingo, Faculty of Human Science, University of Tsukuba. And he graduated University of Tsukuba, and he had been engaging in the area of English engaging in the area of research, engaging in the research on the area of English language education. So Dr. Nahatame, now your turn, please.
Okay, thank you for introducing me, Professor Isoda. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's get started. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Shingo Hatame, an assistant professor at the University of Tsukuba. I have recorded my presentation, so I will play it. So I will share my screen, and I hope you will enjoy my talk. Okay, let's get started. Hi, my name is Shingo Nakatame. Today I will talk about using data for language learning, teaching, and assessment. As I will mention later, my specialization is teaching and learning English as a foreign language. So I will talk about some issues in the context of foreign language education. And you can access the slide data by scanning the QR code shown at the top right corner of this slide. I will show you this QR code throughout my presentation. First of all, let me introduce myself briefly. Again, I'm Shingo Nahatame. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Tsukuba. My specialization is language education and English language teaching. My current research topic is studying cognitive processes of EFL reading, especially using eye tracking, as well as analyzing EFL reading materials employing computational techniques. In other words, I study English language teaching and learning from the psycholinguistics and computational linguistics perspectives. And these are my recently published papers in international journals, including Reading the Foreign Language, the Modern Language Journal, and Language Learning. These journals are very familiar with you if you are in the field of language learning or language education. So if you're interested in my research, please Google my name and you can easily find my publications from Google Scholars or my personal website. Here is the outline of my talk today. First, I will talk about what kind of data can be used for language education. Then I will demonstrate the simple use of this data. And finally, I will describe the applied use of the data for language education. Now, let's begin with the first section. First of all, what do you think of as data used for language education? One may imagine some kind of test scores. Yes, this is one of the typical types of the data used for language education. We analyze the test scores for usually obtaining the mean scores and its standard deviations. However, of course, that's not all about the data used for language education. So, what else? In my talk, I'd like to classify the data used for language education into 3 categories. First, data on language. Second, data on learning and teaching material. Third, data that are obtained from learners. Data on language indicate how the language is used in the real world. For example, the most typical type of data is a dictionary. Of course, dictionaries are created by using some kind of data, but the dictionaries can be also built as a kind of data that provides information about words in that language, such as meaning and parts of speech. And there also exist some well-known lexical database for English language. These databases typically provide information that are not usually contained in the dictionary, such as the frequency, hypernomy, age of acquisition, imaginability, and familiarity of words. I'll talk about this database later in more details. Of course, data about language is not limited to the lexical one. Some include the written or oral text collected in the specific or context or situation, such as newspaper, website, academic paper, and subtitle of movies. These data are usually produced by L1 speakers, so they can be regarded as a representative data of first language. The second type is data on materials. In the field of education, teaching materials are one of the important sources for the data. The most typical example is a textbook. For example, we extract passages from the textbook and analyze them, typically to find out what words appear frequently in the textbook. Then, example sentences. Here, I mean the sentences used for learning vocabulary and grammars are a kind of material data. And there are many other types of material data, but among them, extensive reading books and audio scripts of listening materials are often used and analyzed. And the third type of data is data from language learners. They are most various and most frequently used in the field of language education. The typical one is background information of learners, including their schools, grades, learning experience outside the school, and how long they have been learning English, something like that. And the motivation for learning English, which is usually collected by the questionnaire, is another typical example of learner data. And as I mentioned before, test scores are also typical learner data. However, in addition to test scores, writing or speaking samples produced by learners can also be analyzed. Finally, we often collect cognitive data for learners, such as eye movements during reading and brain activity during language comprehension. And in particular, the large scale of data is called corpus or corpora as plural. The term corpus often refers to digitalized linguistic data, but it's not limited to such data. Large-scale cognitive data is also sometimes called a corpus, such as eye movement data corpus. So how can this kind of data be used for language education? There are many ways to use this data, but here are 5 typical examples. Each of the following has a different purpose, but they are all have one thing in common. That is, the data is used to make learning, teaching, and assessment more effective and efficient. The first example is to support the creation of teaching materials. This is typically done by using data on the language itself and data on materials. For example, a vocabulary or a word list can be created based on the frequency data in the corpus. In addition, children's books are created based on the average age of acquisition of words, or in more detail, the average age in months, to make the books more suitable for children at a specific age. We use language data to evaluate the difficulty of vocabulary and sentences in the textbooks to adjust the readability of the materials. The second is to support the creation of the test. The classic way to do this is to check whether the words in the test also appear in the textbooks. However, in a more elaborated way, we can assess the difficulty of test materials in the same way as in the creation of teaching materials. It is also possible to create questions semi-automatically, although the question needs to be simpler, like choose the option that is closest in meaning to this word, like this. And the third one is learning support. For example, in the case of writing, I guess many of you have used tools that point out spelling errors and grammatical errors while you are writing English on the computer. Similarly, there are other tools that suggest words or phrases that are likely to be used in the context you are writing. In addition, what we call DDL, which means data-driven learning, have been proven to be effective for vocabulary and grammar learning. In this learning system, the tool extracts the many sentences from the data source in which specific words or grammatical items are included. Learners are exposed to these sentences, which helps them learn the grammars and words inductively from the context. I'll talk about it later in more details. The fourth is automated scoring. This is mainly concerned with writing and speaking. Using a huge amount of writing and speaking data collected from learners, a computer learns some features of highly scored writing and speaking samples. Then, the computer automatically assesses other learners' writing and speaking samples. Finally, inferring cognitive processes. Using large-scale learner data, in this case mostly compositions or speeches produced by learners, we investigated how specific vocabulary and grammatical items are acquired, such as plural and articles. Researchers often examine the order in which some grammars or lexical items are used in writing and speaking. So this requires the longitudinal data collected from the same learners over a number of years, or data from learners with different proficiency levels. In addition to such productive skills, it is also possible to examine receptive skills such as reading. For example, by combining linguistic data of reading text and cognitive data obtained from learners while reading. This allows us to see where in the text students have difficulty processing and understanding during reading. So far, I've been generally talking about data used for language education. Now, let's take a look at some simple use of such data. In this section, I will pick up example of lexical database, L1 speaker data, and learner data. First is the lexical database. Here, I'd like to introduce the MRC psycholinguistic database, which accumulates various lexical information that is not usually included in the dictionary. The type of information is very diverse as shown here, so I'd like to focus on frequency, which is the number of times a word appears in the corpus, familiarity, which indicates how familiar a word is to native English speakers, imaginability, which indicates how easy it is for native English speakers to imagine a word, and the age of acquisition, which indicates whether a word is acquired late or early. Here, I searched the two words output and education for these indices in this database. And this is the result. When you compare these two words in terms of age of acquisition, you will see that education has a higher value than output. Note that the value except the frequency range from 100 to 700. So the results suggest that education is acquired at a later age than NAPO. This is consistent with our intuition, isn't it? Next is the familiarity. We can see that Apple and education have similar values, so we can say that they are not much different in terms of how familiar they are to native English speakers. Also, given that the upper limit for the familiarity rating is 700, the two values close to 600 indicates that these words are highly familiar to native speakers of English. As for the imaginability, the value for Apple is higher than for education. This is also consistent with our intuition that Apple is a concrete noun and therefore more imaginable than education. Finally, the frequency is much higher for the education than for Apple. So it's very interesting that these words are similar in terms of familiarity, but they are different in terms of the frequency of use and imaginability. And frequency is higher for education, whereas imaginability is higher for an Apple. As shown here, this kind of database allows us to understand the multi-dimensional characteristics of words beyond just meaning and paths of speech. We can use this kind of information in teaching and learning English lexicon. The next is the L1 speaker data. Here, I'd like to use a corpus about the current pandemic. Since 2012, the number of articles and posts about the pandemic rapidly increased, which led to the development of this coronavirus corpus. We can use this corpus to find out how the words related to the pandemic are used and what people are saying or thinking about the pandemic. In this section, I'd like you to think about what verb is appropriate for the phrase social distancing, one of the buzzwords during the pandemic. We Japanese often say social distance, but I understand that it is more appropriate to say social distancing in English. So I made it possible to search for both forms, social distance and social distancing, as shown in the search box. I guess everyone speakers of English or proficient users of English can choose an appropriate verb intuitively. But it is sometimes difficult for learners of English like me to decide which verb sounds more natural for the specific phrase. To resolve such a problem, we can use this kind of corpus. Here is a part of the result for searching the sentences including social distancing or social distance, after sorting them by the words that come just before the social distancing. As you can see, the word maintain very frequently comes before social distancing. Also, here is a list of verbs that frequently appear within 2 words before the social distancing, along with the number of times they are used. As you can see, the verb maintain comes most frequently. However, the term maintain is generally used for the noun distance, not only social distance. Similarly, the word keep also appears frequently in combination with the word distance. On the other hand, the words below maintain, such as practice, follow, ensure, observe, enforce, these verbs do not necessarily often appear in the combination with the distance. So these verbs can be considered as a verb specifically used for social distancing. In fact, if you do an image search for social distancing sign, you will find that these verbs are very frequently used for these signs. However, the words like follow needs a bit of caution. Look at the next slide. When you look at the actual context, you'll see that the word follow is often used for a noun that comes after social distancing, such as social distancing rules, guidelines, and protocols. So, of course, the number in the language data are very important, but looking at the context is necessary to interpret the data more accurately. Now let's go back to the concordance line. This time, the term social distance without ing comes right after the preposition to, such as, we know how to social distance now. If you want to social distance, Americans should continue to social distance. We encourage everyone to social distance themselves. It's very difficult for students to social distance. Those attending will be asked to social distance, wear mask, and wash hands. Now you see that the social distance is used here as a verb, which means maintain social distancing. Of course, the form of social distancing with ing suggests that the word social distance can be used as a verb. However, in this way, we can learn from the data how a relatively new word is used in the context, and we can make use of this kind of information both in teaching and learning. The third is learner data. Here, I'd like to use the writing data of L1 Japanese and L2 English learners as an example. The data is extracted from the International Corpus Network of Asian Learners, also known as ICNEL, developed by Dr. Shin Ishikawa at Kobe University. This corpus includes not only data from Japanese learners of English, but also those from learners in several Asian countries, such as China, India, Philippines, Pakistan, and the list goes on. It also includes writing data of native speakers of English. So if you are interested in this corpus, please visit the site or Google the name of the corpus, ICNEL. Now, this slide shows a list of the most frequently used words in the writing data of Japanese-speaking English learners. However, due to the nature of English language, a lot of function words, such as article, the, a, and prepositions like to, of, in, for, these kind of function words are included in the list. And you would get similar result if you did the same search for the native speakers of English writing. However, what we are more interested in is what words English learners are likely to use more frequently or less frequently than native speakers of English. So this is the result of such comparison. The list on the left indicates the words overused by Japanese-speaking English learners, and the list on the right indicates the words underused by English learners. I won't go into details, but some statistical analyses are conducted to make these comparisons possible. If you look at the top of the list, you can see that the most overused word is we, and the underused one is would. Would is the past tense of will, but when we look at the context, we see that the word would is often used to indicate speculation or guessing. So Japanese-speaking English learners don't use or can't use this would in their writing as often as native speakers do, especially to express speculation or guessing. And overused words also include think, whereas underused words include believe. This suggests that while Japanese-speaking English learners of English tend to use think too often in their writing, native speakers of English may use the word believe instead of think depending on the context. In this way, analyzing learner data allows us to know the characteristics of the language used by learners, what we call learner language or interlanguage. So far, we have looked at the example of simply using data. From here on, I'd like to take a few more steps and look at how the data can be used more sophisticatedly for the applied purposes. In this section, I will explain about the text difficulty assessment, learning support tools, and inferring cognitive processes. The first is text difficulty assessment. Here, I'd like you to think about a reading test. Reading text. One of the factors that affects the difficulty of the reading text is the number of words. The longer the text, the more difficult to read it is. However, of course, the number of words is not the only factor that affects text difficulty. For instance, we need the difficulty of vocabulary and sentence structure. So, we use data on lexical features to indirectly assess the difficulty of words in the text. Specifically, we typically use data such as length, frequency, age of acquisition, familiarity of words, as we have seen in the example of lexical database. In addition to individual words, when multiple words are used as a fixed phrase or expression, for example, make use of, their frequency, familiarity, and strength of the association of words are also used to assess text difficulty. As for the sentence, we use data on the length of the sentence, complexity of the phrase and the clause, and similarity of the sentence structure. These data typically indicate the syntactic complexity of the text. In addition to the word and sentences, we also need to consider the connectedness of text, which is known as cohesion. We can assess text cohesion, for instance, by counting lexical overlap between sentences, analyzing semantic similarity of the sentences, and computing the frequency of using connectives. You can easily imagine that what a lexical overlap between sentences is. That is, whether the same words is included between the adjacent sentences. But how can we evaluate semantic similarity or relatedness between words? In fact, we can assess it using a corpus and a computational technique. Look at this figure. This is a result of extracting words that have similar meaning to education, which is shown in the middle of this figure, from the corpus, using the technique called latent semantic analysis, also known as LSA. You can see that they include the words that are likely to appear with education in the same context, such as schools, colleges, vocational, and curricular. We use this kind of technology to evaluate the semantic relatedness of words, sentences, and even documents, which helps us assess text cohesion, finally. Then, how can we use this kind of linguistic data for text difficulty assessment in practical? First, we need a huge amount of trained data in which each reading text is assigned difficulty ratings by human expert. Then we construct a model to predict what kind of text becomes more difficult using several linguistic features by machine learning algorithms, such as linear regression and random forest. Then we apply the model to test data to assess the difficulty of the given text. In terms of assessing text difficulty, automated scoring of writing and speaking data can be explained in the similar way. However, because writing and speaking data is obtained from learners, it often contains some types of errors. Therefore, the percentage of errors in spelling, word usage, and grammar can be also important data. When it comes to speaking, audio information such as pronunciation and fluency is also analyzed as data for automated scoring. And in the same way as the evaluation of reading text, a large amount of trained data is prepared in which writing and speaking data is scored or graded by human experts. Then, we use machine learning algorithms to construct models to explain how highly scored writing and speaking samples should be in terms of linguistic features. Then, the model can be used to assess test data. I won't measure every time afterwards, but this kind of machine learning technology is used for the many situations. Now, I'd like to look at an example of some learning support tools. First, word suggestion, also known as OSAM, developed by Dr. Atsushi Mizumoto at Kansai University. This tool helps you write academic papers in English. The first thing you need to do is to select the field or topic of the paper you want to write. Also, this is now limited only a few fields. Next, select the section you want to write, such as introduction, method, and discussion. Finally, select the mood, which is the function or content of the sentence you want to write about, such as stating the importance of your research. Then the right side of the screen shows the phrases that are likely to be used in the selected field, section, and the mood, which in this case consists of 4 words. These phrases helps you write the sentences for the intended section and mood. In addition, if you enter a few words in the text box, the purpose of this, as shown on the slide, it will show you the next words or phrases that are likely to be used in the selected section and mood. As you guess, this tool provides such information by analyzing a large amount of data on academic papers. So you can actually check how the phrases, such as the purpose of this, are used in the context extracted from the papers in the database. The second example tool is for supporting grammar learning, developed by Professor Chikako Nishigaki at Chiba University. When it comes to grammar, many people might think of the situation that the teacher explains the grammar rules and then learners understand them. That is teacher-centered and deductive learning. However, in the DDL shown here, which stands for data-driven learning, again, learners use specific tools to observe a large amount of language data from the corpus, and they are encouraged to discover grammar rules and word usage on their own. That is more inductive and learner-centered learning. For example, when you search for like in this tool, it extracts all the example sentences that contain the word like from the database. The database consists of the materials designed for young learners of English, and all the sentences are given audio file. You can also use the function to display the exact example sentences, extracted example sentences, with the keyword in the middle. And also, you can sort them by the words before and after the keyword. In this case, the sentences are sorted by the words that appear right after the keywords. Then, at a glance, you can see that like is followed by the verb with ing, gerund, as well as the two infinitives. On the other hand, if you look up enjoy, you will see that only the gerunds, but not the two infinitives, come after the word enjoy. This will encourage student inductive learning of grammar or word usage in this way. And the tool also has a simple sorting quiz to help students keep learning on their own. Lastly, I talk about how various kinds of data can be used to infer cognitive processes of reading. In this video, you can see the pink and green circles moving quickly. This is the data that I use in my own research. What do these circles indicate? As you probably guessed, this is the eye tracking data while reading. Eye movement called saccades, and the frequency of regression and skipping. By combining such behavior data with the text linguistic data, as I explained before, I'm trying to identify the lexical, syntactic, and cohesion features that make the reading text more difficult for learners to process. However, unlike text difficulty assessment, eye movement is obtained from learners, so it is also important to collect the data on the characteristics of learners, such as their English language proficiency, motivation, and the types of strategies they use. So here is a summary of my talk. Data for language education typically includes data on the language itself, the materials, and the learners. These data can be used for the material and test development, learning support, automated scoring, and studying cognitive processes. Large-scale data such as corpora can be used to understand various aspects of language, such as how the language is used and characteristics of the learner language. And the data can be used for the applied purposes by employing sophisticated techniques, such as machine learning. This is the reference list. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you for listening. That's all. Yes, that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nahatame. Very much interesting overview. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
We learned a lot. Then, next, the question and the session is from 11 past quarter past 11 in Japan time. Okay. So, on the keynote 3, AI data science on teacher education program. Dr. Maitreyi Prasita, Vice President of Konkan University, please.
Hello.
Um,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good evening from Thailand. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the 20 anniversaries of TriSet. And thanks Professor Masami Soda for inviting me to join in this important event. I witnessed the milestones of TriSet since the beginnings. I was in the University of Tsukuba during 1994 to 2001, and in 2001, before I returned to Thailand, and Professor Yoko Murata, the first director of TriSet, is kindly invited me to join at the opening ceremonies of TriSet in 2002. So it's time flies. It's 20 years already. And with the help and support of the directors of TriSet, especially Professor Masami Soda, have been tirelessly working with me during this last 20 years and to support Konkan universities and Thailand in the bigger pictures. We have been traveling in many EPEC member economies, and also just before the COVID-19, we have been traveling in Southeast Asian countries, working together until we come to these eras. And he asked me to, in fact, to report the activities at Konkan University about AI and data science and on teachers' education. My topic is next slide. This moment. Well, looking back on 12 years of EPEC lesson study projects, then okay, I will report some initiative course and program at Konkan University about AI and data science, some ACMOs, online learning course, as Professor Masami Soda has just mentioned earlier, and we have developed 2 courses for the first year students at KKU, and also including the first years of the student at the Faculty of Education who are going to be the future teachers. And now we are developing a Masters of Science program in Artificial Intelligence for all professions. And if I have time, I will illustrate some exemplary courses and the mathematics education programs which related to computational thinking in schools mathematics. And we also have some non-degree courses in the sandbox program of the government. Okay. Even the topics was assigned to me is in AI is AI and data science in teacher education programs. Well, I think what is the foundation for AI and data science on teacher education programs? To me, is obviously thinking skills is the foundations. And yeah, as I mentioned, Professor Masami Soda and I myself has been engaging in APEX HRD working groups to introduce the lesson studies and also the innovation for teaching mathematics. We have been running a series of projects between 2006 and 2018, 12 years. It's focusing on teaching innovation for developing thinking skills. This is the first pictures in our friends and all we call APEX specialists in 2006. And if I quoted in Dr. Wang's, the NET coordinators, deliver her speech in Chile meetings in 2019 before the COVID. Yeah. She mentions about the demands of education networks for 2030s. Modernizing the education systems, promotions of science, technology, and innovation in education, and also pedagogical practice and development of 21st century competency for works and entrepreneurship. Based on the ideas of developing thinking skills during the last 12 years, Professor Masami Soda and I and friends in APEX developed the IMSIZE projects, the inclusive mathematics education, and for sustainability in digital eras. In short, we call IMSIZE projects in 2019. And the purpose of these projects to train the curriculum specialists on informatics and statistics for the necessary curricular reforms and these demands, and to develop the recommendation to APEX for their curriculum reforms. I would like to underline this, to do curriculum reforms, and also to establish the curriculum specialist network. And yeah, many times Professor Masami Soda has developed these frameworks. This is achievement from IMSIZE 1, the frameworks for computational thinkings and statistical thinkings. We educators are not familiar with these new ideas, how to teach thinkings or thinking skills. So from the curriculum specialist perspective, as shown in these slides, and the basic education, even primary and middle school or high school curriculums, we still have a subject-based curriculums. So how we add the computational thinkings and statistical thinkings to from our projects, we comes up with these ideas. The upper parts, as Professor Masami Soda has mentioned many times, the conceptual frameworks, how to add the computational thinkings and statistical thinkings. But the most challenging part is the developmental frameworks, how to implement these curriculum frameworks, we educationists or educators is realize this challenge, and how to develop exemplar for the school teachers to implement this idea. So the importance of thinking skills as expressed around the groups. Another witness is the annual meetings of the International Group for the Psychologists of Mathematics Education. Luckily, we host the PME 44s at Konkan University. The themes of the conference is mathematics education in the fourth industrial revolution. This is subtitles as thinking skill for the futures. Luckily or unluckily, in fact, we plan to have on-site meetings at Konkan and welcomes of our friend and colleague, allow the groups to come to Thailand. But due to the pandemics, then we organized the virtual, the online, 2 years in 20 and 21. And for the ideas of AIs and data science in the higher education levels, in fact, I have no ideas until I visit our friends, Professor Liu Hishan, the former president of KNUE, Korea, in 2 years ago. And I got some ideas because he also got the mandate from the government to establish the master degrees in AI for teacher education at KNUE. Thanks for sharing with me your experience. And at the same time, for Thailand, we have a 20 years national strategies which aim to shift from Thailand from developing country to a developing countries. The government identifies the importance of new industries and economics models, which demands many kinds of thinking skills. They even elaborate the common skills as shown in this slide. For example, the common skill like organizational transformation in digitalization skill, digital literacies and data skills, and etc. And also the technical skills like smart, you can, that's shown in slides. The government and the new Ministry of Education has planned to reform the higher education and just have new philosophies, emphasizing on lifelong learnings at the higher educations. So from these backgrounds, teacher education is very important. It's a key for success. And I will show you some activity we started to implement the ideas we discussed in the IMSICE projects. And in these online courses, in fact, Professor Masami Soda has been struggling for many years to train our future mathematics teachers to read the translated Japanese textbooks, which has been designed to use the problem situations, and the teacher have to understand the problem situation through some glossary of mathematical terms. But after 10 years, we did not complete his ideas until last year. We started the CMO's online learning course. He came to Kongan again and organized some workshops to train the first trainers. Then we share this in the CMO's online learning course, as he mentions in this morning. Nearly, I think 20 master's degree students who are the future teachers has been attending these courses. And next slide. This is another initiatives. We try to reform the teachers' education curriculums at the faculties of education. After a big reform from 5-year teacher education program to 4 years teacher education program 2 years ago. And these years, we put the, in this slide, the structures of the 4 years courses of teacher education program. It has like 133 credit and 30 credit. One credit, it takes 15 hours, and 30 credits of general education courses. We have put 2 courses related to computational thinkings and statistical thinkings, and ABCD as shown here. We developed the 2 courses. It takes like 6 credit, 3 credit for each course. The GE 511 and GE 512 for first years the students. These courses has been assigned not only the first year student of the faculties of education, but for the whole campus. The first year students of Konkan University It's allowed 8,000 students have to take these 2 courses because we got the policy from the Khon Kaen University councils. Our president of the university councils has put very much emphasis on AI. He himself is very interested in AI, and then the university have to implement the idea. So these 2 courses will be implemented in next academic years. Next academic years will start next June. As shown in this slide, this is the descriptions of the first course, the GE 511. Analyzing the problem situation, producing algorithms and models, and programming, problem-solving process, and assessment and improvement of the process, and academic manners and academic writings, and presentation and critics. This also, the idea is provided by Professor Masami Soda, and we implement this idea in these courses. And certainly the most challenging part is how to teach to the university students. And on the right hand side, showing the models or the combinations of when we implement these courses, the computational thinking, statistical thinking, and reflective thinkings, and etc. Another challenging is in these pandemics, most schools and university on the traps try to blend between online and on-site classroom. I quoted this from my friend, Professor Ohala. Yes, maybe it's online and on-site is not the real conditions for successful learning in this pandemic conditions. I then proposed another idea. To blend between on-demand and live. I propose what I call it the BLC. BLC is short terms of blended learning classroom. I still use the term classrooms so that the teachers can easily understand, capture my ideas. And in blended learning classrooms models, we try to blend between the on-demand, meaning that the students can spend their times for their own learnings. And we try to invest on this part before we bring some things from that part to share in the live classrooms. I have two parts of the live classrooms. It would be a virtual live classroom like this through some tools like Zoom's WebEx or others tools, or we can bring from the on-demand classrooms I call ODC parts in the live, but showing like face-to-face classroom. So you see that the face-to-face classroom or on-site in the terms of virtual classroom or online are in the same conditions, because we have to make appointment with our student. Let me clarify this. So usually, traditionally, we spend most of the times with face-to-face classroom. We set the schedules or timetables. We have a contacting times with our students at the schools, mostly at the schools or at the university. But here in this model, we try to encourage by designs. We design the problem situations under the condition that the students can learn by themselves outside the appointment time. So in this sense, I call it on-demand classrooms, because they can learn anywhere at their homes or so wherever. Then we decide that our student or university student bring back to appointment times or live classrooms to share some ideas. This is the models of the blended learning classrooms. During last years, I proposed this model to help the school teachers to use these models in their classroom. And in these two new courses, we planned to implement these ideas. The ratios of the times according to BLC will look like this. Traditionally, most of the times we have to like 100% as face-to-face classrooms. There's university student or even student come to school or come to the university to meet the professors, and then we check the times. If they cannot meet like 20%, then they cannot have a chance to go for final examination, so whatever. But here in BLC, in these two courses, we plan that 70% the student can learn by themselves by our design through problem situation. Then 30% of the time bring back to a live classroom, either virtual live classrooms or face-to-face classroom. I focus here again, not virtual life vs face-to-face as we usually see. Yeah. And another course, the second course for the general education is the GE 512. The course Digital Innovation for Life. The description of this course look like this: Introduction to Digital Technology for Data Management, Data Processing, and Applying Artificial Intelligence, Cloud Computing, Data Security and Data Privacy, Introduction to of cryptocurrency, Introduction to of blockchain, and so Introduction of Smart Contracts. And then in the right hand side, it shows the topics and hours. Now we are these two courses are under developing. We have two teams of the university professors been developed these courses, and another initiative at KKU with the collaborations of 8 faculties: Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Science, Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Faculty of Education, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, and Faculty of Architecture. With the collaboration of these 8 faculty, and I got the idea from Professor Liu Hishan, our friends, and he kindly sent me the curriculums of master degrees, AI in education as KNUE. And based on those curriculums, our teams with the advisory board from the university councils help us to develop the Masters of Science programs in Artificial Intelligence for professions. Is ongoing now, and hopefully we will finish this curriculum soon, and hopefully in the next academic years we will start this master course. And next slide. In preparing for recruit the master degree student, because we all the teams developing this master degree programs are aware that those who are interested in such a master degree programs might also be interested in some non-degree courses which is related to AI. Then our teams had developed this. Professor Svanida, she also attended our APEC meeting in Tsukuba, and she's helped me to develop a new learning platforms and trainings, a 1-month courses in related to AIs. Surprisingly, as shown in this slide, you will see that a number of participants, even is it a non-degree courses, I have heard from Professor Manida that nearly 40,000 participants joins during 1 month programs. We developed the VConF, the virtual conference, as a new learning platform at KKU, and we still use this platform in other trainings. Next slide.
5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Soda. And just a little, yeah, I will shortly finish my talks. This is the examples of courses in mathematics education programs at the Faculty of Education. The computational thinkings in schools mathematics. The descriptions of this course is basic coding by composing directives on a sequential basis, creates directives as a computer program in a graphical programming environment, plan and produce program in a graphical programming environment, thinking and skills to apply mathematics and coding into problem solving. The topic of study like data, visualization, Scratch, and robot, and collaboratively designed lesson plan. This is the examples from the course which our students have been attended. Very interesting. You see the red part. According to our survey, and the 90% of the students never use the Scratch programs, and on the right hand side after they learn, they like it very much, not more than 90%. Yeah, that another course. And another non-degree courses which granted by the government in the Sandbox projects, and we developed a non-degree in higher order thinking in mathematics. You see that as this non-degree provide the certificates for the attendance, as they can claim like 9 credits if they come to study like master course as the Faculty of Education in Mathematics Education program, but they can be certified with certificate for upskill, reskill, or new skills. As shown in this slide, 1, 2, 3 is we have 3 group already. Yeah, and each group has like nearly 50 students. The students are all the math, the school teacher, the principals, or even the university professors from across the country. In the first group, we just ended last week, we have participants from 17 provinces among more than 77 provinces in across the country. And this is the photos from since Professor Masami Soda, Professor Liu Hishan, and a friend and colleague come to KKU and introduce us the ideas of AIs and data science in teachers' education. This also another pictures. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maitri. First of all, I would like to deeply acknowledge whole collaboration in these actually more than 25 years. Thank you very much. And at the same time, as Dr. Maitri mentioned, I would like to acknowledge all speakers who have been working together on our APEC project. And because of each of members' excellency, we can work together. Thank you very much. And secondly, it is very much interesting content about the new programs for undergraduate and the graduate, and at the same time, teacher training. So now we are working together on the in relation to AI and data science and machine learning. Thank you very much, Dr. Maitri. I sincerely
Thank you very much
appreciate.
too.
Okay, then now coming with the break, after the break, we have the further lectures. And Diego, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Isola. So starting in this point, we will begin the 10 minutes for the break. In those 10 minutes, I would like to confirm some information with the next speakers. So I would like to communicate with Professor Nguyen Chi Tan. So can you please turn on your camera for just a second? And Professor Hugh Chan also. So we would like to confirm that you can hear us and that you can share your screen. So we will begin with Professor Hugh Chan. So Professor Hugh Chan, can you please share your screen?
Hello.
Hello, Professor Nguyen.
Yes.
Hello. So,
Can you see my slide?
yes, I can see your slide. Thank you very much, Professor Hugh Chan. And then I would like to confirm with Professor Nguyen. So Professor Hugh Chan, thank you very much. Now I will give permission to...
Hello.
Yes.
How are you?
Now, Professor
Very
Chitan.
nice to see you. Yes, yes.
Professor Chitan, can you please
I will
share your
try.
screen?
Okay. Oh,
I can hear you perfectly, and I can see your screen without a problem.
So it's okay?
It's perfect. So thank you very much.
Yes.
From now on, then, we will have a short video with information from the conference, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Diego. Very effective.
You're welcome.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing all together we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future. Yourself. Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful, brand new world? Imagine the future. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Go ahead, take a step and carry on. High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the we shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. Dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas. Sails guide always changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. Our wings open wide, we can fly above it all, to a place of wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future growing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful, brand new world? Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. And take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Walk hand in hand. Make a future that changes the world. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together.
Okay. So now we would like to be in the next session, actions in economies. First speaker is Professor Dr. Hee-chan Liu. He is former president of Korean National University of Education, largest educational university in Korea. He took PhD University of Illinois, Alabama of Champaign, and he has been engaging the research, the using of technology in mathematics education. So, Hee-chan, the time is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you see my slide and my sound? It's okay?
Yes. Well, listen, and loudly,
Okay.
please.
Today, I'm very happy to introduce the KNUE teacher education program. The title is AI Mathematics Education. I will briefly introduce.
Dr. Hee-chan,
Yep.
could you please speak more loudly?
Okay. I'm better. It's better. Asami, it's better.
Yes. Okay, please.
Yeah. Today I will introduce very briefly my program, teacher education program, AI Mathematics Education. First, let me introduce program background.
Could you change the full screen?
Yeah, okay. It's better, right? As you know, AI is the cornerstone of our current society. It is a machine system to implement a variety of recognition, thinking, and learning that have been performed by only human intelligence. For example, autonomous driving vehicle is a machine system. And AI is a problem-solving strategy to make machines think or learn efficiently. Problem-solving strategies like gradient descent methods, support vector machine, decision tree, or k-nearest neighborhood are very important to nurture students' competence for developing their thinking ability as well as for changing our future society. However, this point is very important. Many people consider that AI is not for high-level experts only to know, and worry that AI education might be too much burden for ordinary students. However, Korean government decided in 2019 that AI should be taught very urgently in school curriculum from this year. Although the new curriculum is supposed to be announced in this year, the fall semester, new subjects of AI basic and AI mathematics were added into the new chapters of the current curriculum in last year. This was so unusual. So let me introduce the curriculum of AI basic. We teach understanding of AI, principles of AI and application in recognition and in exploring and listening and learning. And we introduce data and machine learning models, and we emphasize social impact of AI. That this is curriculum of AI mathematics of current curriculum. We introduced AI and mathematics, and we introduce the presentation of text data and image data, and we teach classification and expectation. We introduce tendency and expectation. And finally, we introduce optimization and decision making. And last year, Korea developed already 6 kinds of high school textbooks for AI basic and AI mathematics. And these textbooks will be used from spring semester of this year as a selective subject for students who want it. In 2019, the Korean government decided to train 5,000 AI teachers for leading high school students in the new era of the fourth industrial revolution. This is a 5-year project. Teachers will have taken master degree course from the second semester of last year. My university, KNUE, also launched the course for 140 teachers each year for 5 years in 2020, based on our vision, higher vision, humanity and integrating intelligence and globalization, harmony, experience renovation mind. So we call it higher vision. The program was launched with the goal of convergence education related to AI, which is to develop a converging eye through viewing their subject from the AI-related perspective. Compulsory is 18 credits and means 6 courses, including AI Programming 1, 2, AI Education 1, 2, AI and School 1, and AI Ethics and Education in School. So total 6 credits for 18 credits. This is compulsory. We have 9 credits of elective course. Among them, 2 courses and one independent study course. This is for each department. For example, mathematics department has 3 elective courses, 9 credits, 2 courses, teaching course, and 1 independent study. Our department developed 2 elective courses. One is AI Mathematics Education. I will briefly introduce today. And the other course is Topic in AI Mathematics. This is for pure mathematics course. So let me introduce course overview of AI Mathematics Education from now. Okay, this is skipped. Let me introduce curriculum of AI Mathematics. Suggesting computational thinking and statistical thinking as the goal of the AI education, APEC Insight report argued that data science, machine learning, and programming or coding should be 3 teaching areas. The report indicated an urgent need to develop teaching exemplar within K-12 education. Based on AI Insight report, my program, AI Mathematics Education, chose the following 3 thinking as teaching goals. That means we emphasize 3 thinking: computational thinking, statistical thinking, and programming thinking, coding thinking. Now, of course, computational thinking and programming thinking are similar, but programming thinking is related to the computer language, Python or Logo or the other kinds of computer language. The course discusses teaching exemplar within K-12 mathematics education. So let me introduce computational thinking. Computational thinking, in my opinion, is a problem-solving process with a systematic and plausible, not confused procedure. The figure on the right side is a basic framework for computational thinking. As there is a lot and real data, computational thinking is divided into a problem-solving process by human, it is the left side, and by machine, this is right side. Procedure in the human problem-solving process are divided into heuristics and modeling, mathematical modeling, according to the form of knowledge, types of knowledge. The process of problem solving by machines is divided into supervised learning and unsupervised learning, depending on giving answers or not when training machines. So these 3 kinds of computational thinking: heuristics, mathematical modeling, and machine learning strategies should be emphasized in AI mathematics education and teacher education. So my lecture, my program introduced heuristics, so many kinds of heuristics developed by Polya in how to solve it. The working backward is very famous strategy. Mathematical modeling. This is very important process, right? But currently, school mathematics emphasize just third step and fourth step only. We have to emphasize full stage of mathematical modeling. So let me introduce one example in my lecture. You know the same perimeter problem, right? Same perimeter problem is when the area of rectangle becomes maximum when its perimeter is constant. So we use the computer program so-called AlgoMath. This I will introduce more about this AlgoMath. So we teach machine learning from the mathematical point of view, not from the computational computer education, not technology education. Is from the mathematical point of view, we teach machine learning. Yeah, for example, in teaching simple regression analysis, we introduce optimized decision making. For example, we have this data. We have 3 students, ABC. Their score of basketball, 458. The score of soccer, 4,710. We can make 3 points of coordinate. 4, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10. Right? This 3 points. This table can change to the 3 points. Then we will decide best trend line for this data. This is steps for minimizing the function value of the loss function by gradient method. Okay, so I will use again the AlgoMath. Then we decide minimum value of A. This is best solution. Optimize the value, right? A in the trend line is 1.289. Can you see this point? This is 1, right? This is 2. This point, x coordinate of this point is about 1.289. That is statistical thinking. Traditional statistical education is insufficient to enhance statistical thinking as an important tool in everyday life, in the sense that it focuses on memorizing statistical formula or knowledge based on calculation. So, statistical education should emphasize database-based thinking that deals with the unknown world with big data. In addition, the current high school statistics education should be dramatically improved to help solve various inference problems raised in daily life, science, and industry. Both Bayes inference as well as Neyman-Pearson inference need to be taught. So we will emphasize three kinds of thinking: data-based thinking, Neyman-Pearson inference, and Bayes inference. In my lecture, we will introduce many examples on these three kinds of thinking: database thinking and Neyman-Pearson statistics and Bayes statistics. Important is examples. By using examples, we teach Bayes inference and Neyman-Pearson inference and data-based thinking. Okay, final topic is about programming thinking. As you know, reading, writing, arithmetic, and programming are four basic skills for all students in the digital era. But here is the question: is it possible for even young students to program a computer? Yes, it is yes, according to the constructionism by Pepper, who emphasize more the actual construction of methods than Piaget's constructivism. Slightly different, constructionism and constructivism. According Seymour Papert mentioned that children learn best when they are actively engaged in constructing something that has personal meaning to them. So programming thinking can be divided into the following three: block coding and text-based coding and physical coding. Okay, first block coding. N3 is the major block-based language, computer language, officially used for elementary, middle, and high school students in Korea. However, like Scratch, N3 is a good environment for students to appreciate coding, but it's important. It is not appropriate. It is not appropriate. It is not good. It is not good to perform mathematical activities. General sense, Scratch is very good. N3 is very good environment for coding, but for mathematical activity, it is not good. To solve these difficulties, iGeomath has been developed as block coding tool on a dynamic algebra and geometry environment. Okay, iGeomath is a mathematical experimental software for K-12 students developed by the Korea Foundation for the Advancement of Science and Creativity. We call it KOPEN, with the support of the MOE. This software can perform algebraic, geometric, and statistical activities with block coding. So you can draw circle, line, parabola by block coding, and you can make modeling, the slide of ladder by block coding, and we introduce line symmetry, point symmetry, reflection, and we can make students to draw orbits of Mercury, Venus, and Earth based on the data of the planets. So next is very important is text-based coding. In Korea, we emphasize the Python in high school level. We use Sony for environment for Python. So If we use Python, we can draw so many kinds of graphs, and we can introduce design into the school mathematics. Finally, physical coding. Physical coding is the process of downloading and processing various real data with digital device and outputting the result to physical device like drone, robot, or car. This physical coding is a technology that controls the conversation between digital device and the real world through data, and is the core idea of the IoT, which is the basis of the Industrial Revolution. Okay, let me go to the suggestion, final summary and suggestion. Today, I briefly introduced the background, course curriculum, and core contents of AI mathematics education based on the table in the right side. Computational thinking, statistical thinking, programming thinking. Each thinking has 3 parts. It was intensively conducted at the KNUE over 45 hours for 2 weeks from January 10 to January 12 of this year. This course is based on the following the report. Everybody knows, right? The report developed by Masami, Roberto, and Maitri. This year, it targeted 12 students and will be opened once a year for 5 years if my department allows. Final suggestion. I hope that this course is to be shared and discussed jointly with the program of Konkan University in Thailand and other programs of universities and research institutes in Asia Pacific area. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Hee-chan Liu, and very much informative lectures. And next speaker is Professor Dr. Kato Mitsuyoshi, Vice President of University of Tsukuba. And he was the Dean of Faculty of Medicine. So, Professor Kato, now time is yours.
Okay, can you see my slide and can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so thank you for your kind introduction, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mitsuyasu Kato, Vice President and Executive Director for Education, University of Tsukuba. I'm not a specialist in mathematics, data science, nor AI, so my presentation today will be only superficial. But if you are interested in the detail of our curriculum, please contact me later so that I can hand over to the faculty members in charge. I try to shorten my presentation, so let me start. Since the time of founding of University of Tsukuba in 1973, it's almost 50 years ago, the university made 2 credits of subject information literacy compulsory for all undergraduate new year students, first year students, including liberal arts students. Since University of Tsukuba is a comprehensive university with a very wide range of academic disciplines, including physical education and arts and design, this decision was very foresighted, I think. In 1977, the university established the College of Information Sciences in the 3rd cluster of colleges to provide specialized education program in this field. Graduates of the College of Information Sciences include Yoichi Ochiai, Associate Professor of our university and famous media artist. Daiyu Nobori, manager of the Industrial Cyber Security Center of the Information Technology Promotion Agency, Japan, president of SoftEther Corporation, and professor of the Industry Government Academia co-creative producer of University of Tsukuba. And Yukihiro Matsumoto, developer of the Ruby program language, and other outstanding leaders in this field. Graduate programs were also established. Graduate School of Master's Programs in Scientific Technology in 1978, Graduate School of Doctoral Program in Engineering in 1981, and these programs have continued to reorganize and develop to today. Last year, 6 students have been selected for the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, METI's Exploratory IT Human Resources Project for 2021. And 2 of them have been certified as super creators in the same project. This means that our university had the largest numbers of future leader students in this field, and we are very much proud of this. In 2019, in addition to information literacy, which has been offered since the opening of the university, 2 credits of data science were made compulsory for all first-year students. And together, they constitute a literacy level program in mathematics, data science, and AI education. In 2021, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, MEXT, made the accreditation system for these programs, and ours was selected as an approved program for mathematics, data science, and AI smart higher education literacy level plus. So far, 78 programs were approved by MEXT, and only 11 programs have been selected for the literacy plus level, which meaning the pioneering and unique innovative programs among the approved literacy level programs. And we have recently established the headquarters for the promotion of interdisciplinary mathematics, data science, and AI education in order to organize a consistent educational system in the field for multiple levels and various target students. In addition, from 2022, this year, we have been selected as a base school along with 10 other universities for the nationwide project to promote the development of mathematics, data science, and AI education, and is expected to nurture top human resources who will lead education and research in this field. With this slide, I will explain the concrete set of our interdisciplinary mathematics, data science, and AI education programs. Based on our achievements in research on supercomputers, deep learning, big data analysis, mathematical algorithms, and research ethics, we will add a doctoral education to develop top human resources. The top doctoral personnel in the mathematics, data science, AI field are leaders who specialize in the field. Furthermore, based on existing programs on risk resilience, cybernetics, human technology, policy and planning sciences, and empowerment informatics that applies our strengths in interdisciplinary research to develop expert interdisciplinary IT human resources who can lead the creation of innovations in society. In collaboration with interdisciplinary experts in each of these fields, we utilize information technology. We are planning to expand our research and education using information technology to all academic disciplines. In addition, we will expand this educational program to all Japan and the rest of the world through the JB Campus, Japan Virtual Campus Remote Learning Program, for which University of Tsukuba has been selected as a base school in Japan. Excellent researchers and engineers in IT field belong not only to universities, but also to research institutes and companies. University of Tsukuba has been conducting education and research activities in cooperation with researchers and engineers outside of the university through the cooperative graduate programs. We will continue to collaborate with international research institutes, companies, and local governments to share data and promote joint education and research. The mathematics, data science, AI education at the university will consist of 5 levels of programs, starting with the data science literacy programs on the bottom, which has already been approved as literacy level plus. Japanese government has announced that it will launch an accreditation system for undergraduate applied basic level of programs above literacy. Prior to this, our College of Policy and Planning Sciences has been selected as a cooperating school for the specific field of applied basic level. And we will develop a program to be accredited for the applied basic level that will start in this year. Furthermore, in addition to the doctoral course Top Human Resource Development Program that was adopted as a base school this year by MEXT, we will establish both doctoral and master's expert programs based on the university's track record in interdisciplinary research and education, which is a characteristic of University of Tsukuba, to develop human resources who can pioneer new academic fields and promote innovation in society by making full use of mathematics, data science, AI in their respective fields of specialization. This is the whole view of our future plan for mathematics, data science, and AI education in University of Tsukuba. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the end of my talk.
Thank you very much. Camera on. Thank you very much. Dr. Kato, and introducing the new programs of the University of Tsukuba. And we already have from the undergraduate, but now we establish the new programs. And in the Dr. Kato mentioned Professor Ochiai, and Professor Ochiai is very famous professor who have his program on the Japan Broadcasting Corporation, NHK. And the name is Zoom Back Ochiai. He showed the new visions under the fourth industrial revolution by using AI and data science. And he just recent program was the discussion with the ministers in Taiwan, Audrey Tang. He's also very much famous in the world. And another famous alumni from the University of Tsukuba is John Maeda. John Maeda, Professor Dr. John Maeda was the professor in the MIT, and then he became the president of the art universities, and he led the movement in the United States from STEM education to STEAM education. We should add design. So we have the high quality educations world known. Thank you very much, Dr. Kato.
Thank you very much.
And then Dr. Nguyen Chi Tan, he graduated Grenoble University, and so he is a French didactician, and his major is also technology in mathematics education. So he is Dean of Vietnamese National University. Now, Dr. Nguyen, time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Masami Izuda, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me to this very interesting conference about the data science and AI in education. So in mathematics education. So I would like to share my screen. So do you see my slides? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So my title of my presentation is Artificial Intelligence and Data Science for Education in Vietnam, Reality and Challenges. So I am Vietnam National University of Education. So I will note in my presentation by VNU ED. So my talk will structure into 4 parts: the transformation in general and in Vietnam in particular. And then I would like to pass on AI and data science in Vietnam. And then to make a closer view in my university, the VNU University of Education. Here VNU stand for Vietnam National University. And conclusion. So the first, as introduction to digital transformation, as you see in my slides, life is gradually changing digitally with digital technology. We can see that for every aspect in our life. For example, from the camera, and now we pass to digital camera. From the TV, and now we pass digital TV. We can use TV as a computer, for example, and we can upload and also download from this TV every data. For example, movie, for example, ebook, etc. And you can see also the watch. Now we have Apple Watch with a lot of new data and information introduced, including inside. You can see also the smartphone now is become a very essential tool in our life. And so what is digital transformation? You can see here the digital transformation will pass from the physical environment, and we have the virtual environment, and the way to pass from the physical environment to virtual environment, we have a digital transformation. So the digital transformation is a development method when the living environment have objectively changed. And the digital transformation is process of total and comprehensive change of individuals and organizations in the way of living and working with digital technologies in digital environment. So we can see with the presence of the digital tools, we have to change our mind, we have to change our way of thinking, and we have to change also, for example, as a teacher, the way of teaching. So the data science is an essential tool in digital transformation. And in the fourth industrial revolution, which is a term very popular nowadays, the AI is a core digital technology to realize the digital transformation. So we can see that the digital transformation now become the essential and necessary process of our life, in which the data and AI play a very crucial roles. You can see here the four drivers of digital transformation. First is about the improve competitiveness, and then it can optimize the resources, as we can see from the previous presentation introduced in language, education or medicine, careers or other career also. And that can enhance also student experience when we have a virtual environment, so that could provide for a student a lot of things that they can see, they can experience, and a lot of things that could not be done when they have not the digital transformation. And that also create a culture of data driven decision making, which is related for the data science. And we can see that in the presentation done by Professor Hee-Chan Lee. So for the digital transformation, we can see the three important steps. The first is digitization. So that means we have to digitize the information. It can be understood that we transform our document into digital form, for example. And next, we have to organize the information. And then we have the second step, which is digitalization, that in which you have to make automated processes and streamline processes. So in which step we see that we have to change our way of, for example, administration or our way of governance. And then for the third step, which is the digital transformation, we have to transform our institution. The transformation of our institution here related to the, for example, the ways of governance, or the way of store our data, our document, or the way of to give a decision, etc. And in which related for the education, the three steps related for the teaching and learning, and also operation and management in teaching and learning, and also for the data-driven decision making. For example, for the teaching and learning, in the presentation introduced by Professor Matri, we can see that we have to use a blended learning or flipped classroom mode. And we can see that especially for the COVID-19 lockdown, because of COVID-19 pandemic, And we can see now the university have the way, and they have to change the way for the administration or the management, and also for the way to manage the learning of students. And what about the Vietnam? Vietnam have a national digital transformation program given by Prime Minister in 2016. And as other countries, they have, for example, you can see German, they have a national strategy we call German Industry 4.0, or Korea, they have a future growth program, or China, they have Make in China to 2025, etc. So each country, they have their own strategy about the digital transformation. And in Vietnam, we have our national digital transformation, which has been issued in 2016, which compose, we can see we have a digital economy, we have a digital social, we have a digital governance. So compared to other countries, for example, in Japan, we have a smart society. In Vietnam, we have only the less modern level. We have digital social, and so it a little bit low and maybe a little bit updated compared to other countries. But because of our economy and our development, we cannot go directly to smart society. For example, we have to take into account our condition and our background of economy and also of education. So the four areas of education and training in digital transformation, here we have vocational education, we have a continuous education, we have a higher education, and we have also K-12 education. And the digital ecosystem in education and training in Vietnam related to the content, to the method of the teacher, and related to the learner and teacher, and also related to the institution and legal policy. For example, we consider that the national strategy for digital transformation is in that element, and we have also digital management and governance. And also it's very important is the infrastructure and digital resources. So the AI, and with AI, I think I will, it's not necessary to explain to you what is AI. I would like to say that in mathematics education, AI, data science, and big data are very closely related here. According to Professor Hồ Tú Bảo, who is also Vietnam overseas and have a long time to work in Japan University, he said that the three areas, statistics and mathematics, the data science, and artificial intelligence are very closely related for the AI and data science. So for the Vietnam higher education, recently our higher education gained some progress. For example, we are now present in the 1,000 of the university in the world. The Time World University ranking in 2020. We are in Vietnam National University in the top from the 800 to 1,000, for example. And in our higher education, we start to introduce the data science, which related for three components: mathematics, computer science, and also knowledge of field of application. So the challenge is that in Vietnam, in informatics, mathematics training is fairly scarce. While mathematics, there's very little training in calculation using a computer. So I mean that in curriculum now in higher education in Vietnam, the mathematics content play a less important role. And some institution about the data science has been established, but only on some big university like Vietnam National University at Ho Chi Minh City or at Vietnam National University at Hanoi, the two biggest university in Vietnam. You can see, for example, the VIASM, the Vietnamese Institute of Advanced Study in Mathematics, have picked up the establishment of the data science laboratory. And you can see in the picture, Professor Ngo Bảo Châu is the first Vietnamese who have been gained the few medals. For example, in this picture, when we make opening ceremony for this laboratory, and also some private, organization like Vin Group, the biggest private group in Vietnam, also established Vinbic Data Institution for the data science, for data researches. And what about in our university? In our university, we have 12, undergrad program, in which we have 10 teacher education program. We have 11 graduate program in master degree, and we have 4 graduate program for PhD degree. And I would like to clarify that our university, this is one of the 8 university member belonging to Vietnam National University. And for the 10 teacher training program, you can see mathematics education, physics education. 9 of them has been, trained in our faculty, the Faculty of Pedagogy. And the characteristic of teacher education system in VNU, I think we can see here. And one of the most important characteristics that we train the teacher within several university members. For example, for the mathematics student teacher, they will be trained at the same time at our university for educational content, and also at the natural or science university for mathematics, pure mathematics content, for example. And in our university now, I would like to tell about some reality about the AI and data science. So we are the only teacher training institution has educational technology faculty. So that means we emphasize so much on technology in the teacher curriculum. And also our teacher training program focus on TPACK model, which has been shown in my slide. And we have a new research team on data science, and we have also a master program on educational technology, which is in development. And our our teacher also implement the blended learning and flipped classroom by using the Moodle or LMS, learning management system. So you can see that as introduced in the material presentation. So in our curriculum also, we have the 3 common courses about the technology. You can see application of ICT in education, and introduction of technology in education, and statistics applied in education. We have not yet the data science as a subject or AI as a subject. We have only some courses about the technology and about the ICT. So you can see that we are a lot of things we have to learn from it about that. So I would like to end my presentation by saying that the training in AI and data science in Vietnam is still new, and now in some technology university only, but will explode in the coming time, because now the human resources about the AI and data science is very demanded in Vietnam society. And the teacher training university not yet include AI and data science in their curriculum, but already emphasize so much on technology content. So I think in the future, very near future, we will think seriously about that. And the government has a national program and strategy on digital transformation that emphasize on the role of AI and data science. So it's only on the strategy and national policy, but we have to wait for some time for implement that in the reality. The Ministry of Education and Training has used national digital database, for example, that includes more than 44,000 schools, the data of 44,000 schools in administration and management. And the subject informatics will be introduced from the grade 3 in 2018 general curriculum, for example. And for in this subject, we can have some programming content as Professor Charlie introduced. We use Scratch languages. And the topic data and statistics, which is very important, as we can see in previous presentation about the AI, that statistical thinking, programming, computational thinking, for example. So we introduce on the data and statistics from the grade 2 in the 2018 general education. For the 2018 general curriculum, which now we apply this curriculum this academic year for grade 2, and next academic year we will apply the grade 3 and grade 6, 7, and so on. So by this I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gwen Tang. Now we will understand that the similar movement ongoing in the world.
Yes. The movement is
Very much.
ongoing, and we need more time to imply effectively AI and data science in mathematics education. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, now next speaker is Dr. Farida Nahasanha. She's Deputy Director of CMAO QUITEP in Mathematics. She usually travel a lot. So now the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Isoda Sensei. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I would like to share my presentation first. But before that, I would like to make sure whether you can hear my voice clearly or not.
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, can you see the screens?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Isoda Sensei and also the committee of Asia Pacific Tsukuba International Conference for giving.
Could you change the full screen if possible? This is the video?
No, I
the
already changed into the full screen. You cannot see the full screen?
We cannot see the full screen yet.
This one? No? Okay, let me try. Let me try again. How about now? Can you see the full screen?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, what happened? It seems I already used the full screen now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How about now?
Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah. I would like to start by saying my sincere gratitude to Masami Sensei for giving the opportunity to CKIMS to share the experience and promoting artificial intelligence and data science in Indonesia in this very important conference. And in this conference, in this sessions, I would like to divide the topics in my presentation into 3 parts. The first one, I would like to present in general how the governments of Indonesia responds to the artificial intelligence and data science by the policy. And then the second one, how the mathematical education can support the artificial intelligence and data science. And the last one, of course, the role of the SIKIM and what have been done by SIKIM in order to promote the artificial intelligence and data science, especially in Indonesia, but not limited to some Southeast Asian countries. Okay, as we know that after the pandemic COVID-19 hit the world, then it seems the adoptions of artificial intelligence continues to grow. And based on the research conducted by the McKinsey from the State of Artificial Intelligence in 2021, we know that during the first pandemic year, it seems that people more feel strongly on the cost of saving after they use these tools, this artificial intelligence. And I think this is a very important point for us to take notes that how the role of artificial intelligence in helping us coping with the situations during the pandemic. And how the governments of Indonesia try to respond related to artificial intelligence and data science. Actually, it is undeniable that we know the fastest growing of artificial intelligence worldwide need to be responded wisely. And then related to these situations, our government launched the National Strategy on Artificial Intelligence in 2020 until 2040, because we know that it is believed that the use of artificial intelligence not only can improve the productivity, creativity, and human resources, but it also, of course, related to the innovations that can be created by the human beings. There are 5 priority areas and then 4 focus in the policy that our governments launch. There are the priority areas comprised of the first one is in healthcare, and the second one is the bureaucratic reform. The third one is education and research. The fourth is resilience, and the 5th is mobility and smart city. And there are also 4 focus in this policy, which are ethic and policy, human resource and development, data infrastructures, research and industrial innovations. And then based on the report from Center for Innovation Policy and Governance to the Ministers of Information and Technology of Indonesia, in Indonesia, there are at least 3 actors right now who are already involved in promoting artificial intelligence as well as data science. The first actors, of course, the government, because some of the government also launched the concept of smart city. For example, Jakarta, in collaboration with the IBM, also working in how to create a smart city. And then another actors are academicians. There are a lot of research related to the artificial intelligence as well as the data science in Indonesia. Even in Indonesia, there are a community. It is a kind of open community for experts and researchers in this field, in artificial intelligence as well as in data science. And then the third one is from the enterprise in the business in a private company. There are many startup and also company try to adopt the artificial intelligence as well as the data science in Indonesia to support their organization and their business, of course. But on the other side, these three actors, unfortunately, are not interconnected yet. So this is one of the weaknesses that we still face, because each actors they going by themselves, not incorporated together, so not interconnected each other. This has become one of the challenges that faced by our country related to the artificial intelligence and data science sectors nowadays. And then actually, together with the launch of the national policy related to artificial intelligence, our President Joko Widodo launch or introduce the concept of Visions of Indonesia 2045. It's called as Wawasan Indonesia. It is an Indonesian ideal that set the goal for the country to be a sovereign, advanced, fair and prosperous nation by its centennial in 2045. As I mentioned before, that it consists five priority areas or sectors here, from the healthcare until mobility and smart city. And these five priority sectors were supported by the first focus area. The first focus area is also supported by the research and innovations, while at the bottom here, we can see how the infrastructure and data as well as talent development are supporting those visions of Indonesia. And then we expect that these visions of 2045 will be reached in the 100 our independence in 2045. To be able to reach these visions, our governments also provided some pillars. There are 4 pillars: human development, and then mastery of science and technology as the first one, and then sustainable economic development for the second one, and equitable development for the third one, and the last one is strengthening national resilience and governance. So it seems that we realize how the human development and the mastery of the science and technology become very, very important part of these components of this pillar. So it's how our government concerned in order to prepare the human resources, because as we know that Indonesia is one of the country with have the big populations in the world, so it should be an asset for us. But there are also some opportunities and challenges, of course. There are 3 factors we can see for the opportunities as well as the challenges. The factors of human resources, technical aspect, and also the governance. For the factors of human resources, we can divide it into 2 sub-factors. There are the developer of the technology and also the users. From the point of view of the developer of technology, we have the opportunities that are the development of business opportunity and the investment on the big data, as well as the huge number of citizens who are interested to be a data scientist because of our populations. But on the other side, we also have the challenges because we still lack of human resources as well as professional on the data science. So from the point of view of the users, we can use the data science for decision making, and then also we can expect the growth of the middle class society in our community, but the challenge that we have is the risk of losing privacy and issues in the data security. Related to the factors of technical aspect, from the point of view of the data, of course, as the bigger the numbers of the population, and then we will have abundance data. We can provide this huge amount of data. But at the same time, the availability of the data, especially the data public, which are not considered data yet right now, and also we have a problem and challenge related to the data validity about the standardizations and the incomplete database, something like that. And from the point of view of the infrastructures, we have the opportunity related to the openness for the investment on the data center and the data mining, as well as the increasing of internet penetration and the users of the internet. At the same time, we also have to face the storage and processing system data is still relatively expensive. And as in Indonesia, we have the variety of the infrastructures in our country as an archipelago. It caused that the internet penetrations as the data channel are uneven in all Indonesians in the area of, especially in the remote area. And from the factors of the governance, from the point of view of the government, right now the opportunity we already have the president regulations on consolidated public database in OneGate. There is a policy about this, and also the president regulations, but we still face some challenges. There are inadequate data governance, and then there is no, sorry. Okay. There is no comprehensive guide to using cloud services right now. And then there are also no guide to the audit mechanism for big data activities. And from the point of view of the non-government, we have the opportunity related to the emerging of the big data communities. But at the same time, we also face the lack of collaboration between actors, just like I mentioned before. So this is the opportunity and then the challenges related to this policy, of course, as we can see how other countries such as Korea already set the curriculum and then prepare even the children from the very young age to be ready with the artificial intelligence and data science. Then our country also has the same views that in order to be ready to face this situation related to artificial intelligence and data science, we need to give emphasis into the educations. And then how the educations could support this in our country, even though right now we still have a lot of problems faced by our country in education sectors, but we do realize that we need to focus also in preparing the human resources to be ready not only for the users of this technology, but also to be ready to be the innovators, so take part as the innovators. In the second part, I would like to discuss about how the role of mathematics education views. As the Gadanidis stated about how the connections between mathematics education, artificial intelligence, and computational thinking, there is an intersection we can see from the aspect of agency, modeling, and abstracting. So these three aspects are very important as the key features in the interrelationship between mathematics education, artificial intelligence, and computational thinking. The agency and the associate features of the self-regulation and self-learning are become the key aspect of the artificial intelligence. And then the student agencies, the key features of education's oriented and also computational thinking environment. And these environments offer students opportunity to abstract, automate, dynamically model concept, to explore their relationship, and to experience the conceptual surprise and insight, not only by implementing the pre-programmed simulation, but also creating and editing their own. And I think we also we have seen how this implemented in the presentation from Professor Chow from Korea. Thus experiencing computational thinking and mathematics as producer as well as consumers. And a model creation is part of the modeling, and the associated model testing and model refinement is an integral component of artificial intelligence development. And of course, the abstraction is the heart of mathematics, and as an integral part of the artificial intelligence development. This has also become one of the key in the theory that Masami Sensei introduced related to the higher order thinking skills. And here I propose how the connections related to artificial intelligence and data science with the mathematics educations. Here we see that to be able to cope, to be able to accomplish or to understand the artificial intelligence and data science, we need the fundamental knowledge in mathematics and statistics. So the role of mathematics and statistics, of course, are very, very important, very crucial one. So for the development of the artificial intelligence and data science. But at the same time, through the artificial intelligence and data science and the result of the development of artificial intelligence and data science at the same time, it will affect, it will influence into the mathematics education, how we can deliver the mathematics lessons using the artificial intelligence and data science, how we can use the result of the development of artificial intelligence and data science to support the mathematical teachings and learning at the same time. So this is the connection between mathematics and statistics and mathematics education, and then also the artificial intelligence and the data science. So not only we need to give a fundamental mathematics, which is important for the students to be able to develop the artificial intelligence and data science, but after that we also need to know that the development of the artificial intelligence to support the mathematics educations. As we know that in order to develop the artificial intelligence, here I give the example, the machine learning, that the foundations of mathematics need to be strong. For example, related to the vector calculus, probability and distributions, optimizations, in order to achieve the theory of machine learning here. So in these situations, we can see that how important, how vital and crucial that mathematics here. But from the research conducted by Huang et al. Related to the artificial intelligence in mathematics educations, we can see here. The research related to teachers are still limited in numbers. And also the artificial intelligence in senior high school levels also, there is no data about this in the research nowadays. but mostly dominated by the junior high school students, the research on EI in junior high school students. Here, I would like to highlight about the research on EI in teachers. Why? Because it's related to the mandates of CMU Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, or CKIMS. So the research related EI are still very limited for the teachers, but we know, as Mackenzie also stated, that no education can exceed the quality of its teachers. So also in this case, if we would like to prepare the students to be ready with the artificial intelligence, so we need to work with the teachers, the free service teachers as well as the in-service teachers. Right now, CKIMS realize that how we take part in the situations. So CKIM has set some analysis in order to responding the needs of human resources in EI. So what we conducted are, the first, we tried to transform our training course curriculums, and we involved the introduction of artificial intelligence and data science in mathematics education. And then we also adopt the AI in organization and how to deliver the courses, and then preparing mathematics teachers to be ready to use EI for delivering lesson, as well as to preparing student learning EI and data science at the same times. So here I would like to introduce some CKIM courses for in-service mathematics teachers. There are at least 8 themes related to the joyful learning in mathematics, because our tagline is how to learn mathematics in joyful and meaningful. So we need to transform the curriculum, transform our course curriculum in order to embed the concept of artificial intelligence, or introducing artificial intelligence to the in-service teachers as our participants here. So in every courses, we need to think which part or in which topic we can introduce this artificial intelligence, or we can use it. So there's some not only just introducing what artificial intelligence and how it can be used to teach mathematics, but we also try to use the tools itself to deliver the courses at the same time. So why? I would like to share my personal experiences as one of the facilitator in the sessions. I tried to introduce artificial intelligence to the teachers participants, but the result, it's quite shocking. So some of the teachers, they still do not know yet what actually artificial intelligence is. You can see here.
Walida,
Yes, Mas
now
Anissa.
that I'm coming, so could you summarize?
Yes, of course. So based on the situations, we conducted some program related to introducing artificial intelligence to these teachers. There are, first, we did the first webinar, international webinar series. We invited one of the director of one nonprofit organization from Imaginary, who are actively promoting artificial intelligence worldwide, and then also some other keynote speakers from Weidong, and also from India, Professor Ramanujan, and one of the pioneer in introducing the computational thinking from Bebras organization in Indonesia. So this is what we did. We got at least 650 participants from all around Southeast Asian countries, as well as other Asia countries such as India, and then also from United States participants. So this is our one of the first webinar in artificial intelligence in mathematics educations. Not only that, we also try to introduce some of the tools, just like a Desmos or School Yourself, for the teachers to be able to know that they can use these tools in their classroom. As mentioned, that the artificial intelligence not only for expert, but also can be used for teaching. And then the last one, I will not give a summarize, but we know that we still have many equations related to what we need to do after after we try to implement these contributions. The first one is what mathematics important for a student to be ready for AI and data science, and how we can make teachers realize and ready to respond to this issue. And then the second one, how the teachers can use AI and data science for the delivery. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, Sensei.
Oh, you finished. Okay. Thank you very much. This question, the next the session matter. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now we understand that the movement to introduce AI and data science is already shared in the world, and it is key issues. And there are various efforts are ongoing on various levels. Okay, thank you very much. Now the last session, Q&A to speakers, and a further report from economies. Okay. The moderator is Dr. Roberto Araya, because he is a specialist and the leaders in this area. Okay. So Roberto, please.
Thank you, everybody. Very interesting presentations. I will ask first Professor Naha Ame, then Maitri Prasita, then Ishan, and I have a question for Professor Kato, Chita, and Professor Farida. So we will receive several questions for Professor Nahatame. You know, several of them are related with text difficulty. You mentioned lexical features, syntactic complexity, cohesion. So as some of the features. So for example, Sadyang from Pakistan asked, do we need to have a baseline or reference corpus? If you can explain more about these needs in order to be able to compute the text difficulty, and also about then later about automatic scoring.
Okay. I have two questions from Asad Jan from Pakistan. Okay, let me answer the third one. It's the text difficulty. We need to have a baseline order for scope. Yes. And how the standards or baseline are set in text difficulty? Yes, we need to set the standards or a baseline when we assess the text difficulty. And as I mentioned in my talk, it often is the judgment of the expert. In this case, language teacher or material designers. They assign the difficulty of to reading text, such as level 1 or to level 10, or sometimes level to level 100. So it's kind of subjective judgment, but our task is to assess the text difficulty as close as to such kind of subjective judgment using the objective indices such as linguistic features. So the standard or baseline is is often the expert judgment for text difficulty assessment. I hope it answers the question from Asad. And yes, one more question is related to automated scoring. Are there any limitation in automated scoring? Yes, of course, there are some limitation in automated scoring. And if yes, can you please throw some light on it? Yes, for example, we need a huge amount of data to perform automated scoring. So the fundamental task is to collect a large number of writing and speaking samples from learners. That's the most important task. But we need to consider the task or topic effect on automated scoring. For example, imagine that we constructed the automated scoring model.
Roberto?
Yes.
Hello, Dr.
Yes.
Roberto?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
Can I go ahead?
Dr. Roberto?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
これ、なんでこれ今出てるの？これを消してく
Can
れ
you hear me? Oh,
Yes, yes.
you can hear
Yes,
me.
we can hear you, but
Okay. Okay, so maybe Professor Isora, you want me to?
Sorry. In our side, some mixers of the technical problem. I couldn't
Oh,
listen to any sound. Okay.
okay. So maybe
Please continue.
let Professor to finish. Yeah, the answer of the second question, Professor Nahatame, to finish. Yeah, about the scoring. Yeah.
okay. So yes, we needed to consider the topic and task effect on automated scoring. So, for example, we construct a model for automated scoring for writing on pandemic, but
Yeah.
we can't use such kind of model for writing on different topics. And similarly, we constructed the automated scoring model for monologue speaking, automated scoring of speaking, such as monologue, but the model is not necessarily available for speaking, such as dialogue. So most of the time, the model for automated scoring is limited to the task or topic. So we need to spend much effort on generalize the model of automated scoring. That's the big limitation, I think. Okay,
Okay,
that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nahatame. So other questions? Now I continue with the Dr. Martin Brasita. I was very impressed and like very much what you talk about thinking skill, the emphasis in thinking skills. And particularly, I was very surprised and about this on-demand learning program with 70% of the time dedicated to on-demand learning. So my question is about thinking skills. There, how do you address that? And also to this question of Librado Alcantara from Philippines, he said somehow we have this long agony of students and parents under modular style of learning. So how in a on-demand learning you are implementing, you are putting emphasis on thinking skills. So that's the question.
Thank you very much for the questions. As I mentioned in my talks, when I discussed with our school teachers most of our school teachers are on the trap, so try to blend between online and on-site. This is my idea. My idea is try to blend between the on-demand, the student learning, self-learning part, but the key important is how we design the problem situations. That's the key. So I implemented the problem situation models, which has two components. The first part is the context. It's context, meaning that we try to design the problem situation which accommodates the student's experience, the student authentic experience, which is very meaningful for the student to engage in the problem situations. And the other component, the other parts of the problem situation is the conditions. We have to design the condition uses a very few like instruction with some materials, hoping that the student can follow that instructions by their own. And this is based on the ideas Professor Masami Soda and I myself have developed and modifies the problem-solving approach, the structure problem-solving approach of Japanese models into Thailand's, I call it open approach. And then we mix up this 4-step of open approach and these problem situations and put in the blended learning models as I mentioned. Yes, thanks, Dr. Barnes. I'm quite not sure I answered the question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Maitri. Now I have a question from the public and also a question from me. I really enjoyed Professor Icham's presentation. And also he emphasized on problem-solving strategies like related to math, like grading, the decision trees, support vector machines, and K-nearest algorithm, and also the heuristic, and he mentioned Polya. So, and there is some question from, for example, from Warren Celoso, from Philippines, about computational thinking, statistical thinking. So, my question would be, what are the reactions of teachers to all these new problem-solving strategies, mathematical strategies, how they're applying, and also the question about the difference between computational thinking and statistical thinking. So these are 3-in-1 questions. So these new problem-solving strategies, how they have been adopted and implemented, and the experience in Korea. Yeah, well, I'm not listening. Maybe you're mute.
Can you hear me?
Sorry. Now, yes.
Okay. Yeah, the AI mathematics education is for teachers. The teachers must teach the AI mathematics, the high school curriculum, and they must teach the AI basic mathematical curriculum. Okay, from this year spring semester. So my lecture, my program, they said my program is very helpful because they have not specific knowledge. They have broad general eye for teaching the textbook. So they satisfied with my lecture. Can you understand?
Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Professor Ichan. So, question for Professor Kato. You mentioned about this the importance of interdisciplinary one thing, and all these new programs that are led by University of Tsukuba, and also Rita Aguirre from Philippines asked about AI and AI mathematics. So how these programs are incorporating the AA basic for teacher education in the Tsukuba program and in the country.
Okay, so I don't know all, let's say, range of field, but in my field, medicine field, AI is frequently used for the new automatic diagnosis in pathology specimens or radiation films. Yeah, actually, the people working on this said they need their own programs and data sets to make better, let's say, practical programs. So in our case, we are making basic teaching courses which can be repeatedly studied on demand, and the practice on the students' own, let's say, problem. So such kind of basic learning and on-demand specific training or practical training must be very important for each field, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kato. I have a question for Professor Chitan. You show us the digital transformation in several countries, different programs, and as well as in Vietnam. And also you talk about your university that's including data science in math education. So are these programs for new teachers or for also training ready teachers in the country? And what is the current status of this data science and maybe AI in math education?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. As I mentioned in my presentation, for AI and data science in teacher education in general and in teacher education in particular, we are behind from you. So I mentioned in my talk is that now the thing is in movement. For the technology institution or technology university, they establish or they design the new undergraduate courses for the data science and AI. But in teacher education, we have not yet the AI content and also the data science content in the curriculum. But we focus so much on the technology and ICT education. So I think in the very near future, we will introduce some AI and data science content in the teacher curriculum. And for the continuous, training for teacher, we have not yet the content about the AI and data science. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chitan.
You're welcome.
Professor Farida, you show us the vision of Indonesia 2045, and somehow you mentioned some little more collaboration, at least in the government, and so I think all countries have the same problems with this, with the new ideas, and in mass education you mentioned that you have this CI Kim courses You mentioned different themes, but didn't see AI. Is it included AI there, and or are you planning to include it in these courses?
Okay, thank you very much, Roberto, for your comment and questions. The first things, yes, I agree. I think not only in Indonesia, but that's the report in our country. And then the second one related to the themes of the courses. We haven't, because the theme of the courses were determined during the in a year before, and then we cannot just change the themes because it's kind of a mandate with the themes. But what we did is that, as I mentioned, is that we need to embed the EI into the structures of the curriculum, but not change the title of the courses. So yes, for examples, in every team, we has the topic of current issue in mathematics education, and then we put this introduce EI to the teachers. As I share also the result from my sessions in how I try to introduce EI into the participants of the courses. And in additions, we also try to use EI in order to deliver the courses. So we use some, just like, for example, school yourself applications, and then introduce, but also use it for the teachers. So we, even though we do not state it directly into the theme of the courses, but we embed into the curriculum of the courses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farida. You know, we're on time, but I see now Professor Ivan. At least say hi to Ivan. We miss you. And okay, I think we're on time. Thank you.
You too. So now we're finishing already. Yeah? I have seen a question from the Filipinos about what is the difference between statistical thinking and computational thinking. And if I am given a pair of minutes, I'd like to express my opinion on that question. This question is very interesting. I thought much about this, and my opinion is that everything depends on the circle of the problems we can solve in school. So statistical thinking is an ability gives us an ability to solve some problems we can't solve in algebraic or geometric way. The computational thinking is an ability to solve another problems. For example, Kinder Surprise. Everybody knows what is Kinder Surprise. You have six hip-hop princesses inside, and you want to collect all of them. What is the number of eggs Kinder Surprises you have to buy before the collection will be completed? Yeah. This problem is a very interesting problem for statistical and probabilistic thinking. You can't solve it algebraically. For example, another problem from, I don't know, from maybe aviation and hydrodynamics, you can't solve probabilistically or statistically. You need clearly computational literacy to model, and using computer or maybe calculator to get a determined answer for a question without knowing mathematical models inside. Maybe you just calculate. So different ways of thinking and different ways of modeling are intended to solve different problems. And when we are talking about AI, big data, thinking in statistical way, in computational way, that means that we are widening the circle, the sphere, the area of the problems we are intended to offer for our school boys and school girls. So be careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ivan, for your answering this question. I think it's critical to make the distinction. But I want to thank all of you and participants. I hope this year maybe we will meet in Konkan if the coronavirus allows us. And
You're welcome. We welcome.
Yeah, we miss
Might
so
be,
much, to
I
go in
hope
there,
to be
and
in
then
Konkan in 1 week,
okay,
or maybe 2
and then
weeks.
the next Tsukuba meeting be in Tokyo. Also miss so much. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I got my paper, so I will come.
Yeah, Ivan's, I'm waiting for you. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of speakers and the discussions and coming in the discussions. Thank you very much. And actually, every keynote and the lectures are very much interesting. However, I well understand. Now, while this issue is synchronizing in the world, in every institutions and every higher education, every teacher education and every higher education. So, Dr. Nomura, you have some comment? You have any comment?
Yeah, I agree with Professor Isoda, and I would like to extend my appreciation to all the speakers. And we had a very fruitful discussion.
Yes, we have very much fruitful discussion. And I just add one word about younger generations. Actually, Dr. Nakatame is younger generations, and he is leading. And another leaders, in the case of the crisis, 10 years ago, do you remember the Dr. Sanuki, Masaru Sanuki? He was a researcher in our centers, and he got the award from our president. He is working in the Faculty of Medicine under Dr. Kato. So such members, we are growing up, and through our effort of each of us, we are now contributing the innovation under the post-industrial revolutions and the new normals. Now younger generations are growing up. So thank you very much for today's your contributions and the very much informative talk. And we are now synchronizing each other. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Masami.
Appreciate it.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night for Masami.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you in
Goodbye.
Tsukuba next year. See you in
Maciej.
Tsukuba.
Goodbye. Ichan, goodbye, Maciej. Goodbye, Ivan.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much to all the
Bye.
participants and speakers. And we would like to
Yeah.
say goodbye
Bye.
to all the participants in YouTube that have been following our discussions online. We have a final message for them such that they can get their certification for participating tonight. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good night to Japan. Good night to all the world.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds? guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. Our wings open wide, we can fly above it all to a place of wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future growing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful